Somebody taught him. Some lawyer, some fixer, some businessman, some fucking somebody, some celebrity, something. Somebody or some crew of people taught him how to get away with this for 20 years and how to hire hits and how to do it and all this stupid shit. He was a clueless motherfucker otherwise. Nobody said that he was good enough to even be a gangster rapper, much less anything else. He didn't have skill to even do that. So it was just sort of like weird. Somebody taught him how to do this. So where's the trouble that travels in three? I'm sorry, who is the trouble that travels in threes? Who's the weird shadowy cabal in the fucking background that picked up this kid from the fucking Bronx who liked to sing and dance and turn him into a fucking crazy nightmare? Like, who taught him to do this? Because people from, like, you know, private school in the Bronx, they're not going to teach you how to do stuff like that. They don't have that skill set. That's an elite dangerous thing. That's an elite privileged lawyer thing. It's somebody who's dealt with lawyers to get out of sex charges thing. It's fucking weird. And yeah, celebrities probably do this all the time. So like, who taught them how to do this? There's some weird puppet, the shadow puppet master in the background that taught him how to do this. He's not talented enough to get away with this for 20 years. They keep saying it. 50 Cent is, you know, it took 50 Cent to stop this guy, which is just insane.
That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to prove he owns that. That's nasty. That's just filthy.
But he's not the puppet master. It's crazy. If you've ever fought vampires in RPG games, you would know he's far too weak to be the head vampire. Who's the head vampire in this coven? It's not him. It's going to be like Jay-Z or somebody. It's fucking Jay-Z might have the chops. He absolutely did not. It's going to be like Jay-Z or Will Smith or fucking somebody fucking crazy. And can I say how uncomfortable it is when I say these names and they are all African American? It makes me feel so fucking racist. Why are all of these names African American? Can't you get a white guy rapist friend?
Filthy. It's so nasty. It's just grody. It's
this was a black rapist crew. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know how else to look at it. There wasn't a white face in the whole crew. I don't think. Was there a white face in this crew? Their lawyer. Yeah, their lawyer's probably white. But no, there was not a white face in this clique. This was like a African American cultural elite rapist crew that was using his parties as some kind of exhibition to like make 15-year-old girls careers and pop singers careers and stuff. And they were like using it as some kind of vampires expedition of child sex and fucking butt rape and weird like shit, weird like homosexual threesomes and menage a trois and stuff that normal people don't usually do. That's okay if that's your thing, but I don't think this was like a normal orgy. You're like kidnapping people and shit. This sounds like that stuff we accuse the cultural elite of. You know, it does. It kind of sounds like the sort of stuff cultural elite does. Who taught him? That moron did not learn how to do this through trial and error, or he would have been busted way, way earlier. Somebody is helping him, and I want to know who the head vampire is. Who's the head vampire? Is it Leonardo DiCaprio? Is it a white guy?
Absolutely
they say he partied hard. I mean, they all party hard. Look at the travesty that Johnny Depp's life descended into for like 5 years. Because they're all crazy partiers like that. They all party like the freak off thing. They all party like that. They're all known for doing cocaine in the Viper Room and shit like that. How deep does it go? How deep does it go? I keep asking, but it's also really good content. I'm just delivering it how I should. How deep does this go? Does this go all the way to Donald Trump? Because it kind of seems like it might. Why is P. Diddy connecting to Donald Trump? Because all these cultural elite are in the same room when they show up for freak-offs. That's the problem. They're leaving evidence in these court cases. We know they exist. You know, they're not hiding it.
I don't even know how to describe this because he hired the worker. He hired a worker of the promiscuous variety.
Yeah, he hired like a kind of a slutty dude.
Continually said, "Oh yeah, I'm meeting up with this guy named Frank Black." That's the name of the person he was meeting up with, because that was the pseudonym that he went under, Frank Black.
Yeah, who taught him to do that stuff? I'm sure some of these gangster rappers are actually crack dealers who know how to navigate the police narco world enough to know to use fake names like this and stuff. But it's like, no, this idiot, he wasn't that smart. He never has been. They knew he wasn't. He didn't have two brain cells to rub together. That was something they said about him. Even way back when I was a child, it was like, yeah, Puffy's real dumb. You know, I remember hearing it. I was like, Puffy's real dumb though. And like they say he's super smart, but he's not. He's just this idiot that was just lucky and showed up when rap was going to take off anyways. It was kind of crazy. So then if this cabal of cultural elites show up at Gloria Stefan's fucking house to go through some tube in the tunnel to the basement of P. Diddy's house to have a freak off or whatever, I want all of those people's heads. I want their heads, not literally, just I want their careers. I want their careers gone. If they are running around as some kind of gaggle of fucking privileged people raping little girls and using record deals to placate them, which is what they said they did to Rihanna. That's what they said Jay-Z and Beyonce did to Rihanna. You know, that's what this stuff is saying. So it's like, yeah, we need action. That is a bunch of bad actors, and of course they're gonna say this is because they're black. This is because they're black. No, this is because they're cultural elite fucking raping people. It's the same old QAnon shit. It's QAnon. It's fucking stupid. It's QAnon. We thought this was about P. Diddy. No, it's QAnon. It's fucking QAnon. It's this weird cultural elite people who show up in the tubes connected to fucking, like you know, to other people's houses. Who has a tube connected to somebody else's house? Who does shit like that? Do you know what the tube's probably called in their scene? It's probably called the rape tube. It's like the tube you use when you're below the radar or whatever. It's fucking crazy. Who has a tube connected to some other celebrity's house? What are you gonna do? Fucking the tube? Probably. Yeah, that's probably what it's for. It's like, hey, everybody to the tube. You know,
what had happened was very important.
The reporters can't find us down here, and all the little girls won't tell on us for child sex if we make them fucking radio stars, even if they're not talented. Like fucking Ja Rule.
The pseudonym Frank Black was on the prescription bottle of all of Diddy's pills when he got raided. Now, this is the interesting thing about the law. He may have had all these illicit substances and all this other stuff, but he can't be charged for that because that was found during a different investigation for a different...
Oh my God, it's like Johnny Depp's fucking Amber Heard trial case. It's gonna be I can't believe this. This is going to dominate the fucking news cycle. I can't even play video games right now. This is so interesting to me. I would way rather learn if the fucking cultural elite are finally gonna fall than play Grand Theft Auto. I just would. I would way rather learn if the world's gonna become a better place. It's just more culturally interesting to me. I'm like, oh my God, I would rather play video games right now. I know I would. Right in the background, all the time, I'm thinking, oh, I should be playing Grand Theft Auto right now. I should be playing Grand Theft Auto right now. But honestly, I think this is more important than Grand Theft Auto. If all the cultural elite fall, maybe the prison industrial complex could end. Maybe the war on drugs could end. Like a liberal could dream. Maybe there's shitty fucking things about the border could end and all their fucking racism about their INS stuff. Maybe we could get some change in this world if we could just prosecute the criminals. I've always thought of the court evidence being the only thing that fucking mattered. I don't care what John Q. Public says about P. Diddy. I want to know what the court evidence said. If he's abducting dudes through rape tubes, I want to know, because it's like, who was with him in the rape tube? Was it fucking Donald Trump?
Thing, so he can't be charged for a lot of that stuff. He'd have to have a whole different trial. This is really, really disgusting how the law works. It's too specific. It has too many loopholes legally. That's bad. It's just all bad. I could talk about Aubrey O'Day. I could talk about...
I don't know who Aubrey O'Day is. Aubrey O'Day. She looks hot. Lot of surgery. Oh, no, she doesn't. Oh no, that shit on your face has some shit on its face. That's an old Method Man, Red Man joke about herpes from How High. That shit on your face has some shit on its face, and then it's called Botox. Your Botox is fighting your Botox, and now they've declared the like a funeral. Your Botox is fighting your Botox, and the Botox lost. Yeah, on that face. Oh no, look at that face. And they all did this. All of Hollywood did this to themselves. They're such clowns. They're such clowns. I don't care what your fucking face looks like. I want the movie to be good. You guys are so goddamn dumb. You think I care what this lady looks like. No, I need the movie to actually be compelling and good. Like a Chinatown or whatever. Make the movie good. I don't give a flying fuck if, Sydney Sweeney is hot. I don't care. I don't care about that, honestly. Why did you guys Botox your faces to the point where you look like the Joker? You look like the fucking Joker in, you look like Heath Ledger's Joker before he put the makeup on. It is that clownish. You look so fucking bad. Why do people do this to themselves? Do not get Botox in your fucking face. Look at what happens. It just completely rebels. The Botox fights the Botox, and yes, indeed, both the Botoxes lose. That Botox you got in 96 is fighting that Botox you got in 2016, and the 2016 is losing. Sorry, I'm gonna get off it now. Who is this? She's an American singer and reality television star. Oh, this will waste valuable seconds of my life.
Joy. I could talk about all these people. I could go on and on about the horrors he did. I'm gonna lay out the things that really stuck with me and the things.
Reality TV star? Did you fucking rape dungeon a reality TV star? You fucking idiot. She's going to go on the fucking show the next day or the next week or whenever the freak off ends, and she stops doing blow and, blowing fucking Sean John or whatever shit along with all the other dudes. And like she gets up off the freak off and leaves and stuff. Like, you know what she's gonna do? She's gonna go to the fucking reality show and she's gonna tell all those reality show TV actors her story, and they're gonna find out about the freak off.
That really got me. I want to talk about the most important person in the entire thing.
Yeah, why did you rape a reality TV star? Their whole job is to tell the whole world everything that happens to them. I know, because I am one. I am a reality TV star. I am on 105 hours a fucking week. Yes, you guys pay me for this, not very much, but you do pay me a lot. And it's, and it's good. I have a good thing, and I'm very happy about it. Thank you so much. I love you guys. I'm not an ingrate about that. I love that shit. You pay me to do this. I love this shit, right? So, but... I don't have any secrets. I'm a reality TV star. There is nothing I will not use to keep this camera entertained. Nothing. Nothing, you understand? Keep me entertained. You guys think that I'm trying to just be crazy or something because it's my personality and I'm just doing this because I'm like self-involved or selfish or something. But no, I'm doing this so I can laugh at myself and my personality in 30 years when I watch this video that I'm recording right now. I'm doing it so I can make myself laugh. I can be like, God, I forgot how cocky I was when I was like 43 years old or whatever. And I'm doing this for myself. It is kind of shitty like that. It is Truman Show, but for me. I'm the one watching the Truman Show. It's a Truman Show for me. And so...
End off the video on that, because this video could go on for eons and eons and eons. And talking about this stuff actually disgusts me to a very deep level. So I'm going to talk about... This is the main crux of what you want to understand about the Diddy documentary. He organized the entire East versus West Coast beef because he was petty and wanted Diddy and Tupac to not be friends. That's the first thing. He never paid anybody. The only reason we even got this documentary with footage, incriminating footage, because he didn't even pay the videographer, he didn't pay Little Rod, he didn't pay anybody. And you may be saying, oh, not paying people's not that bad. Not paying any artist, not a single one, to the point where a lot of your favorite artists are homeless because of Diddy.
Yeah, I forgot about this. All of the artists in the Bad Boy stable are homeless because he didn't pay a single one of them. $1,500, and they'd have to. He would give them like $100, and they would be working all year. He literally did he just used them, and because they were desperate to become famous, they just worked for him for 20 years.
Is evil. That is pure evil.
It's just. But I mean, honestly, they come to that willingly, though. Also, their desire to be cucked like that. I don't use the word cuck very often, but that's getting cucked. At that point, if you're literally so desperate for fame that you'll let P. Diddy freak off all over you, you have lost your way. You are too desperate for that fucking clout. You're You're too thirsty for it. It's going to the desperation is not a good look. It's just going to capsize by nature. You can't move that much water or shade in one direction without capsizing. You just can't. It's like the laws of nature and stuff. If I don't know.
Nasty on every scale. He would send emails, hundreds of emails. So many women have emails, proof of him saying, hey, if you want this recording deal, if you want this, if you want that, you're gonna have to do something for me. You gotta do something for me. He hired a worker of the promiscuous variety. Oh my God, Cassie. I almost forgot about Cassie.
Yeah.
So many people are saying, well, Cassie's responsible too. She always went back. Have you ever encountered a domestic violence victim
who didn't go back? No.
Ever. A man this powerful, a man with so many ways to get under your skin and destroy you, a man with that much influence. You even say, you piss me off. You even saying for a second, you even saying that is her fault proves to me that you have never experienced this level of abuse in your life. Proves to me that you have never seen anybody go back and get Stockholm syndrome essentially into wanting to be there because they have nowhere else to go. Remember that there's this video floating around of this very famous video of Diddy grabbing Cassie and dragging her, slamming her, kicking her twice. But he's not getting charged for domestic violence, all right? He's not getting charged for domestic violence. So that's inadmissible. It's unimportant. Oh my God, before I even forget, these two people, they have two jurors, right?
TV is 5 years too,
is this black
or whatever
woman,
it is,
who is a Diddy superfan. I have no other way to describe her as other than a Diddy superfan. She says, I was watching Diddy. I didn't really know him. I liked the music around him. I knew about him, but I didn't really know Diddy. I liked the music around him. And, you know, me and Diddy was making the same facial expressions sometimes. It was so funny. It was so cute. I didn't make eye contact with him because you weren't allowed to, but I was looking at his facial expression and I said, I'm making the same facial expression because some of the facts don't add up. And I think that stuff like that, because there was a woman named Capricorn Clark. She came up in there and explained how Diddy wanted to take the life of Kid Cudi, and she explained how she was kidnapped and how it was a horrifying thing. And Diddy has been shown to be violent over and over again, where many people have talked about how he would beat and abuse women, how he would destroy. But if everybody in your circle says you beat women, guess what? You beat women. If people have video recordings of you beating women, you beat women. Nobody's even arguing that Diddy didn't beat women. He did it. Diddy horribly abused and destroyed people, and you could be saying, oh, what did she do? I keep hearing people say, what did he do? And it makes me understand that people, if they get big enough, you will have the most staunch, brain dead, worthless defenders of your character when you don't deserve it. Yeah, you just don't. Yeah, you don't deserve any of this. Any good measure of your character in any capacity, any good measure at all, any good measure at all doesn't deserve to be positioned onto him, because he doesn't deserve any single piece of the goodness spoke about him at all, just because he made some fun music and he made some hip-hop bangers, and so much horrible stuff that he did. And it wasn't just random people making these allegations. These were people closely knit to him, such as the co-founder. This man right here, the co-founder, his childhood friend of Bad Boy Entertainment, who went through homelessness after Diddy forcibly tried to take 25% of the stocks of Bad Boy, cheating him out of $25 million that he lost the lawsuit because he didn't have enough money, because Diddy forced him to give the stocks back to him, and he threatened him with a bat and a gun. This is the person. This is Diddy. This is the man that only got 50 months in a team of 8 lawyers, and the lawyers who are just as bad as him, but they're doing this for money, because money makes the world go around. It's disgusting. It's filthy. And even so, you know what's crazy about this? He even said on camera, he said, yeah, you know, I didn't want to talk about it because I was SA'd by Diddy as well, and it's demasculating to talk about, because, you know, men don't really talk about that kind of stuff. And this even furthers my point about the silent epidemic of male SA. It's so important. It's so important because this was the culture. This is the culture that he built. He is such... there is no hip-hop without Diddy, sadly. There really isn't. Because he is the worst of it. He is the most evil of it. Because he made it into the machine, the evil that it was today. And he wanted to be so close to the people. He wanted to take what they had. He just wanted to take what they had. Whatever they had, he wanted it for himself. That's it. He would take people's girls. He would do horrible things. And if you see the docuseries, you know what I'm talking about. And I watched it in full, and there's so much. And I don't script these things. I don't. Because it's just whole baffling to me. Everything that people would defend about this monster of a human. I don't think that Diddy was a bad man doing just bad things. He was worse than that. He was a system administrator for a private hell. And everyone granted access, whether by contract, by blood, by ambition, or by fear. When money will make you do horrifying things, and you will listen to anybody just to get in the industry, you sacrifice your soul. And Diddy was the price you paid. The walls of this world.
I can't believe how many Leo DiCaprio movies I like.
The floors were polished with silence. The currency was complicity. The entertainment was cruelty. The family business was erosion. The erosion of.
This will be a cancel, I think. I'm going to cancel Leo DiCaprio in my own personal life, yeah. I can't believe he was at these parties. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, I don't know. It's not complicit. But I don't want him around. I didn't want him around P. Diddy, you know? That's not too good. What happened here?
The boundaries of consent, of memory. Aubrey doesn't even want to remember what happens.
Yeah.
Everything's bad. We have been listening to the blueprint. Now we must decide if we're willing to live in the world it was designed to create. The choice is not about believing one man. It's about recognizing a pattern of power so complete it sought to become a universe. And if so many people say this.
We used to put people who beat their wives and abuse children and, you know, stuff in jail, but now it seems like the lawyers are like this dice roll that might get you out of it. They're not like it's not a given, but it's like, you know, but for these rich people, the dice roll might be enough to get you out of it. It's insane.
Over and over again. What will you say? What words will you say? Do you think he's completely free of guilt?
I'm sick of bowing to corruption. I'm done bowing to this corruption.
No,
we have to do
they're
something.
Not. This is a monster. This is a disgusting, evil, nasty monster who deserves nothing in this lifetime. And a bad name for anybody who associates with him. I'm still on the Kalina Harper part, because Kalina Harper defended him, and it's just such a level of manipulation that Diddy has to do. The hold you must have over a human being to completely lie to them over and over again and still have them come back. That is an insane amount of manipulation and power to have. That is insane. I've seen it time and time again, where women will go back to their abusers over and over again because
the power.
They just want to. They know nothing else. It's a familiar evil. It's over and over again. It's so bad. So bad. So bad. I recommend you watch the docuseries, whether you watch it on Netflix or any other sites. So yeah, I recommend you watch it and come to your own conclusions. But I watched it and it is bad. It is bad. So the people saying 50 Cent shouldn't have released this, he went too far. 50 Cent didn't do anything but compile clips together.
Yep.
That's it.
That's it.
50 Cent didn't do it.
That's what you did. That's what you do. Yep.
Together.
He's like a streamer, basically.
Clips that were publicly available that you were stupid. You were too. To anybody denying this, by the way, to you specifically, you were too stupid to put everything together. So 50 Cent did it for you, is what he did. He put everything together for you, is what he did. And all this stuff has been publicly available. This is all regular stuff. By the way, I want to point this out. Diddy still has 77 pending cases, mind you.
Forgot.
He still has 77 pending cases, so when he gets out of prison, he's immediately going to have more cases to go through. And there's still more cases going on right now.
When he gets out of prison,
still more people are coming out about the horrible things he's done. And this documentary, this docuseries, hopefully someone sees this that was a victim and actively comes up because of it. And hopefully someone sees my video and talks up because of it. And if you've experienced anything bad that's happened in your life, please reach out to abuse hotlines and things of that variety. Please, you are not alone in this. Whether you be woman or man, it does not matter to me. Please reach out, because you are not alone. And I refuse to have you be feeling as if you are alone. Have a lovely day or night wherever you're at. This whole thing was evil and disgusting, and I hated every second of it. Usually I speak in some poetic mantra or something of that variety. I can't. I don't have the energy. I don't have the strength. This is bad. This is really bad. Bye.
I'm your Nick and night, be my lover. Happy to try what you need. Your world, I love to live in it. I love the ride when you're free.
There's Josh Johnson. He might be really funny. He knew a lot about P. Diddy. $50. Nas.
But Curtis, people know about this very public, long-standing feud.
Look at his smile. He's so happy. He's like, I destroyed him. He's like, look at that smile. He's like, I destroyed this guy. Yeah, I've been waiting for this for like years. He's been waiting for it for years. You can see it. Did I get the bonus? I don't know.
So what brought you to this project?
Well,
was there anything that surprised you when you were watching the footage?
No, that didn't surprise me at all.
How did you go about getting the footage? And do you know the intent of the videographer? Why?
When you're a reality star, you're so used to being able, you know, you have a camera around you all the time, but when you have that kind of power and everything, you know, I'm going to edit this.
And do you think that hip-hop culture was on trial as much as Sean Combs was?
Look, if I didn't say anything, you would interpret it as the hip-hop is fine with his behaviors.
This morning, never-before-seen footage of Sean Diddy Combs in the days leading up to his arrest in New York last September.
You want to put the stuff in my fanny pack, King?
The exclusive video obtained by Netflix shows Combs debating with his lawyers about strategy.
Listen to me. I'm going to get off the phone right now, and I am going to let you professionals look at the situation and come back to me with a solution. No matter what nobody said. Let's just
This was like shocking, and it's the opening of the fucking thing. It's the beginning scene. It's just him praying with his lawyer, like praying his lawyers will save him.
Working together.
He's got this weird Illuminati necklace on.
The right way, we're losing.
The footage is part of a new, highly anticipated docuseries by director Alex Stapleton and rapper and executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, titled
Kitty.
Sean Combs: The Reckoning. Curtis, Alex, thank you so much for the time right now. I'm looking forward to talking about this, and this is something that a lot of people have been talking about for some time now. Alex, let me begin with you.
Want dinner, huh?
The docuseries is entitled Sean Combs: The Reckoning. How is this one different from the others that have been out there?
Well, you know, I think that the biggest marker of what makes this film or this series different is how much time we took into putting into the making of the film, doing our due diligence to get the right voices, you know, to the table, and you know, this is a series that spans over 30 years, so just by covering that much time, it took a lot of time for us to dig in and to kind of make sense of this story and to put this timeline together.
Yeah, and there's like some never-before-seen footage that I'm going to talk to you about in just a moment. But Curtis, people know about this very public, long-standing feud that you've had with Sean Combs. So what brought you to this project?
Well, you know, I just want to make really hit television. I like the idea of it being exciting, and I picked this project and started working on it about 5 months before I found Alex. And I know that she has the artistic integrity that it would take to make it a great project, you know. And there's a the Quincy Jones era of production is find me that bass player because he's the baddest man out there in Chicago, and find me that keyboardist and fly them in from Miami, and we put them in and have the greatest jam session they ever heard, and it just always resulted in great hit music. And I take that concept into television production.
You take that into everything you do, sir.
That's right.
You really do, and it really comes through, and appreciate that about you. As I said, never before seen footage of the days leading up to his arrest. Can you just talk a little bit about, was there anything that surprised you from that footage?
The footage, well, I mean, I think it's rare to find someone who's being, talked about all over the country. All eyes were on him, so to speak. And it was really interesting to see his last days of freedom, and what was sort of important to him. Obviously, there's phone calls with his attorneys, with his team. It was very interesting to watch a man who's known for his brand presence. He has a really amazing knack for marketing and all of that, and how he was sort of taking that into account in how he was coming off to the public, in the days leading up to his arrest and indictment. So that was interesting. It was also just interesting to see how laid back he was at times. But the footage also, in the footage, we also see how he's getting incoming, lawsuits are dropping, and to get his real-time perspective on that was sort of jaw-dropping when we first got our eyes on the footage.
Was there anything that surprised you when you were watching the footage?
No, it didn't surprise me at all.
Because you've known him?
Yes, those behaviors, and I think it was surprising that he actually filmed it.
Yeah, and I want to ask about that, because how did you go about getting the footage? And do you know the intent of the videographer, why he or this person took the footage?
She's a journalist, right?
Yeah.
So she's not going to reveal her sources, so you don't have to reveal that.
Not going to reveal my sources, but I think that partnering with someone like 50, it was very much in the universe as to what we were doing.
It's a lot easier to get it.
And you alluded to this, Alex, because watching the footage, and you're like, does he know he's on camera here? Like, he's going back and forth with his team.
Maybe he does have albums, huh? Maybe he has albums, but I don't know. Like, what can't they call him Curtis? They have to call him Fitty.
A lot, and you could tell at one point he was wanting people to change their opinion of him, and he was very clear about it. Just, can you talk a little bit more about that part of the footage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that hopefully when you watch the film again, because it spans so much time, you understand that this is a man who's very comfortable in front of cameras. He was a reality star, and kind of at all points of his life, it seems as though he always had somebody following him with the camera. When you have that kind of power and everything, I'm going to edit this. So I'm going to have the luxury of being able to take out what I don't want and leave in what I want. And I think there's a line in the film in the last episode where he says, everything is about controlling your narrative. And that to me is a big takeaway of who Sean Combs is, or who he wants you to believe that he is. So it became very interesting to understand, like, when was he performing for camera, and then when the moments in that footage where I feel like he was so preoccupied with what was actually happening in real life that he forgot that the cameras were there.
Because he was reaching out to people.
Absolutely.
He was reaching out to people saying, hey, I need some help here.
Yeah. And that's, I think when you hear about allegations in the news and when you hear about things that are going on, I think there was a lot of confusion, at that time as to what's real, what's not. And I think that, this is an opportunity for people to see what was really going on.
The exclusive video also shows Combs in Harlem greeting fans.
I'll accept it. I need some hand sanitizer. Hold on. I got it. I've been out in the streets amongst the people. Yeah, I gotta take a bath. Like the amount of people that actually I'm coming in contact with, like that's the
That's what I have to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like 150 hugs.
And you saw him going out and meeting his fans, and you're a public person as well. And there was one instance in Harlem, and his reaction when those people
went away.
Got in
the car and said, I feel like I need to wash, like I'm dirty. That was, it showed you his character.
Was that the reason for including it?
Yeah, I mean, what's the odds that you would do that in front of the camera? Like that's one of the moments where he forgot he was on tape. You know what I'm saying? And then gets back in the car and goes, I feel dirty. I need to just go sanitize myself up.
The 4-part series also features 2 jurors from Combs' trial who are speaking for the first time about how they reached their mixed verdict, finding Combs guilty of 2 prostitution offenses, but clear of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, both sharing their thoughts on the relationship between Combs and singer Cassie. Juror 75 describing them as 2 people in love, and Juror 160 saying in part, domestic violence wasn't one of the charges. All this had to be played out in front of a jury of his peers, and you included a couple of jurors. Was there something that stood out to you about how they perceived what happened in court and what they learned about him?
I think, the jurors felt that they did the right thing. I think that they were very comfortable in, the decisions that were made. But I think that the goal of what the film is trying to do is to let the audience kind of come in to ask questions like, in a trial where there's so much media coverage, before, during, and after, were their decisions, colored by certain things, and who got the benefit of the doubt, in that courtroom? And it seems as though Sean Combs received the benefit of the doubt.
But it was pretty aggressive. Like the government came 3 different agencies at one time, Miami, LA, New York, raided all those places. You'd think that something extreme had happened.
You guys heard from people or had people that the media, we asked, they were like, don't want to talk to us.
Yeah.
But sat down with you all. Why do you think that was the case?
Me. It's a lot easier to do it because you feel like they know that I don't mind taking on a responsibility of it. Like they're being the truth. He's not going to be afraid. Like, we'll just let my story be my story and not be afraid to change it.
But there are also some people that feel or want to know, how do you respond to people who say that it's more about the disdain that you have for Sean Combs than it is for giving the victims a platform?
What they consider a pre-existing beef, right, for 20 years, right, is me being uncomfortable with him suggesting that he takes me shopping. And it's not personal. This is why it never resulted in me doing anything to him or him doing anything to me.
And Cassie wasn't interviewed, but I mean, she's prominently figured in the series. How do you want to portray their relationship?
Well, just to piggyback just really quickly on what he's saying, because I think it's important to also let people know that the show is not completely the perspectives of people that did not like Sean or people that were, anti-Sean or people that had grievances, with Sean. There are also people that are in the series that still consider him to be a friend, still consider him, to be like a family member. And I think for those people, when you asked, the reason for them wanting to sit down, I think obviously 50's involvement put a certain stamp on the project, but I also think that the filmmaking team behind it, there was an opportunity for them to really go into great details about their story and to be heard. There were lots of conversations before we even started rolling, tape, and I think that it became very obvious to most people that we weren't trying to just get the highlights, the salacious details, that the real goal was to storytell. And not everyone needed to have an allegation to be a part of this project. And I think that was what made people feel like this is a much more encompassing, project than just a series that's just based on allegation after allegation.
So let's talk a little bit more about Cassie and is she a victim in all this?
I believe Cassie's a victim in all this because she came in as she's like 18, like 19 years old in the very beginning, so she only knows that. After a while, over time, conditioned for it.
I think that without having an interview with her, I think that she was someone that was really important to bring up with other people that were witness or were around during her relationship with Sean Combs. I wanted her truth and her perspective to be a part of the fabric of the series, and as much as I could weave in, I think that it was really important to us to make sure that people remembered the age that she was and the context of where she was in life when she met Sean Combs. I think when you have a trial and you're talking about something that happened 15 or 20 years ago, she's now a married woman, she's a mother, she's in a completely different place. I think that people forget, especially when it comes to women, like who they were when these allegations were formed. And in that era and the middle of the show, we talk about Cassie, but we also talk about other, women who were around his ecosystem, in making the band, and how these certain techniques that he would use, they weren't just used on Cassie, and that was important to highlight.
Who taught him how to do
human
all
being
that?
is going to take that type of incoming differently. She just so happened to get involved, and she got deeper and deeper into it. And I think that one thing that struck me, and it was something that I really wanted to make a bigger deal about in the series, which is that there was so much empathy given, by the public for his kids. They all went to the sentencing and spoke, his daughters, and there was a lot of conversation about, during the trial, what his daughters were hearing when Cassie was giving these very horrific details, right, of what was happening in the hotel rooms. I found it to be really interesting that the public gave so much grace to his children who were, 18, 19 years old. And this is the same age that she was when she met him.
Right.
And at the end of the day, it's about Sean Combs, it's about Cassie, but what does this say about us as a public, as a community of people, when we lose the narrative and we can't even understand that, what is our part of this story? And I think that's also kind of a point with the series.
Yeah, and do you think that hip-hop culture was on trial as much as Sean Combs was?
Not all. Look, if I didn't say anything, you would interpret it as the hip-hop is fine with his behaviors. There's no one else being vocal. So you would look at it and just say, because that mind your business, or let me not say nothing about nothing, or those things, it would allow the entire culture to register as if they're for that behavior.
What's your intent with the series, with the film?
I mean, I think the intention is to give a more full-bodied experience to what happened, from the people that agreed to sit down and to participate. And I feel like the film asks a lot of questions, maybe more questions are asked than answers given. And I think that it was important to both of us to preserve the culture of hip hop, because I think all too often when projects like this are made, our culture is diminished. This is a story that I think a lot of people want to kind of rain down on the culture of hip hop as a whole, and then they forget that these are.
Yeah, I don't think hip hop's at fault for the excess of rich people. I think it comes down on rich people. I actually don't think, like, I canceled a bunch of rappers in my own personal life tonight because I found myself just skating on over stuff like rape and murder in their past that I wouldn't do in my personal life. I'd be like, no, I heard some nasty shit, like you raped or murdered somebody. And what are you supposed to do? I wouldn't, in my personal life, I would not be like, oh, that was 20 years ago. He faced his, I mean, I did do that in my personal life once. My my cousin on my mother's side married a guy in Nebraska who runs like all the bouncers on at the bars. He's like the guy who like negotiates and kind of like staffs all the bouncers at all the restaurants and bars and stuff. And he came up in a white gang in Omaha, and when he was 15, he ended up killing like 3 people. They had to tell me when I met him. They were like, you know, some people meet me, they hear my story, they never want to see or hear me again, and they'll go out of their way to avoid me, and will do great things to avoid me. And I was like, why? And he was like, well, when I was young, I killed 3 people, and then I spent 12 years in jail. They gave me 4 years for each person, and this was because it was a gang, you know, and he was like, you ever had somebody threaten you? And I was like, no. He was like, these guys showed up at our house. They kicked the door in. They were going to kill us all. I killed them. And then I was like, okay, now. And he was like, you don't have to be my friend. You don't have to be around me if you don't want. And I was like, no, I actually don't care about being your friend if you did your time. I just wouldn't normally hang out with somebody who killed somebody. And he was like, yeah, I get that from some people, you know? And I was like, well, do you feel bad about what you did? And he was like, yeah, every day. I think about it every day, and I feel really, really terrible about what I did. And there was better solutions, and I didn't take them, and all this stuff. And I was like, so you're not like this unrepentant killer? And he was like, no, in prison, you know. And I don't know why she fell in love with him, but they did have like 4 kids, and you know, she's happy with him, and I trust him enough. I don't think he's ever harmed her or the kids or anything. So it's like, but that is an example that I guess I would only ever make for family. Do you get what I'm saying? I would make an exception like that for family, because he doesn't necessarily affect me. I've only ever met him once, and it just was like, you know, it was good to meet family, but I'm not somebody that keeps up with family very often. And and I feel bad. I kind of fell out with those people. They felt that I was the only person in the whole family who they could relate to. You know, I actually, and I felt like that with them too. They had gone through a ton of shit in the underground, and they had stuff happen, and they had experienced addiction and stuff, and they were my class, and they were my people. They were people that were like me, kind of. The guy wasn't, but my cousin is. And I'm sad that I don't keep up with them, but she also was significantly older than me, so she's gonna be, you know, she's gonna be older now. She'll be probably 60, I think now. She'll have white hair, which is going to depress me. Last time I saw her, she was young and attractive and blonde and stuff. But, I mean, that was 15 years ago. Now, you know, she'll probably be... Yeah, she was like probably like 40-something when I last saw her. So now, yeah, she'll probably be about 55 or something if I see her again. I don't know. I could just never speak to my family ever again. That's what we've been doing. That's what I've been doing for years. Because it didn't really go too well. Like, they did something I didn't really like. And I've never really been honest about it with myself because it felt disloyal for me to speak this about family. But they went over there and like, okay, so of all of my family, I was the only one who went fishing with my grandfather, and that was our thing. And he wanted it to be our thing. He was like, I really want to go fishing with my grandson. It's just something I've always thought I would look forward to in my life. And he was like, do you mind? And I was like, no, I love fucking fishing. Let's go fishing. Fuck yeah. And occasionally, after a while, it started to feel like a job. He wanted to go a lot, you know, and I was like, okay, you know, it just sort of sucks to go sit on a boat for like 8 hours when you're a young child, it's kind of boring. It's, you just sit there, it's beautiful and you're having fun, but you're a finicky child. You'd rather be playing Game Boy and stuff like that. You're just not really like somebody who can sit there very still for 8 hours. And so I didn't like appreciate it as much as I should have, but he taught me a lot about fishing crappies and trout and bass and stuff, and I learned a lot from it. And he was an electrician in the war, and he saw combat on a ship, and in Korea, or I think it was on a ship. I don't remember what the actual like details are, but my impression is that he was on a boat and he took fire. I don't remember actually what the direct details were, but he was a good man. He was very good at numbers, and he was an interesting man. And he was a lineman for the county when he came home from the war. And they sing songs about people like that. And he was just an interesting guy. And he was a very skilled wiring technician, and like, was a wiring guy for the army in the war and all that. And it's just sort of, it was odd. He taught me to fish, and so then when the couple of weeks after he died, we went to town to go to the funeral, and my grandmother had we went for my grandma's funeral, but I couldn't make my grandpa's funeral. It was just like the way the travel arrangements worked. I couldn't make it because I had to work. And so I got out of going to my grandfather's funeral, which was terrible. I wish I had actually gone to it, but also I'm very bad at those sort of things. I just cry and cry, and everybody thinks not that I'm a pussy. It's just like they see a man crying because they're in obvious distress, and you'd be surprised how much more sympathy you'll get from as a crying man than as a crying woman. I think sometimes they can see that a man's in pain, and people respond to it differently. And I cry at funerals like a fucking fountain, like a little girl, and it's fucking annoying. And it's always personal, and it's always like I caused it or something, even though it's not, and it's just fucking dumb, and I don't like deaths and funerals and weddings and stuff like that. I'm not good at those sort of things. Though I'm good at them. I just don't do well at the amount of emotion that I display. I am an emotional person. So, anyways, a couple of weeks after my grandfather passed, we went to go take care of the house, because my grandfather was still living at the house when he passed, but my grandma was in a home because she was senile. And my grandma lived for another few years past that, but not very long, like 5 years I think it was. But we broke down the house that he and her lived at in Nebraska for a while. And my cousins, for some reason, just because, well, I know why, my cousins were facing the financial burden, and they talked about it quite a lot, actually. And they hinted at it like they needed help, like they thought maybe a family could help them, but it's like we didn't have any money. Nobody in the family had any money at that point, and if they did, it was all Social Security stuff that was just paying the bills. Nobody, not my grandma, not my grandpa, not my mother. My mother's sister had money, and she came like at the funeral, and she detonated the family, and she had a big knockdown, dragged down fight with my mother, and it was like the worst day of my mother's life, I think, or something. It was close to it. It was so fucking bad. She had lost her mother, and she was distraught, and her sister turned on her, like after all her life. Like they've been at least on speaking terms and were keeping up like normal sisters do, but they were not friendly, and they were not good with each other, and they hated each other. And I'll never forget it, the day we did my grandmother's funeral, I was able to make that one. I didn't make my grandfather's funeral, and what I'm pissed about is, right after my grandfather's funeral, before I could even get there or anything like that, my cousin and her husband, because they were raising 4 kids, they were like financially dirt poor, they went to my grandfather's house and they looted out all of his fishing stuff, and they sold it instantly. I don't even know how they did it. It would have taken a long time to sell it all. They probably just took it to a pawn shop. It's like, will you give us $50 for the whole lot? Probably. I don't know how he got rid of it so fast, but my mother was like shocked. She came into my grandmother's house and expecting to see stuff, but no, my cousin and her husband, having given permission to loot the house. I mean, we gave them the permission, but they didn't ask about anything. They just fucking sold the entire house, and they did it fast because they were desperate for money for their kids. Now, I don't blame them for this, and I don't mind it, actually, and I'm not bitter about it, but those fishing poles, And the real tragedy is my grandfather was a welder and a metal guy and like a kind of a skilled, I would say tinker would be a good word to describe him, is what the word I always used to describe him. And he built every fishing lure he ever used. And they were good. They were like fucking good. Like the kind of things you would get if you were to spend a lot of money. You know, they were like good fishing lures that he thought about when he was making them, and he painted a certain way. And he was trying to get the fish to bite the thing. You know, he loved those fishing lures. And so his idea of fun, like me, so he would come home and instead of playing Grand Theft Auto, he would go back to to his like little lab that he had back there where there was like a soldering iron and all this other stuff for like metallurgy and stuff like this for his fishing tackle. And he would begin to just solder fishing lures, and he would produce sometimes like 15, 20, 30 lures a day, and he didn't care about losing them, and he would give them to anybody who cared to take them. And they were high quality lures, the kind of stuff you would see in duck shops and stuff, not stuff in the store. And they were like really well made. And they probably just sold that to a pawn shop for $50. And if there was anything in my family's legacy that I did connect with them with, it was like that my grandfather and I liked to fish together, and they did not ask me, and they knew I was the guy who fished with my grandfather, and that was like the only bit of my family legacy that I shared with them. Otherwise, I just wasn't in their lives, really. I would come in the summer to fish with my grandfather. My mother would visit her family. We'd be there for 5 days, something pretty fun, you know, nice air-conditioned house, and it gets real hot in the summer there, so you're just like, you know, you're drinking Fresca, and you're being around the family and stuff, and we did that for many years. We would show up and just, you know, be at the family's house for like 5 days and stuff, and we were a very close family up until then. But then the sisters, my mother and her sister, they had their big, it was almost a fist fight, like on my grandmother's funeral. The day of the funeral, we went over to the fucking old folks home where my grandmother had passed away, and we were like in her room where she'd been living for a couple of years, and we were just talking about stuff, and my aunt, my mom's sister, accused my mother of stealing my grandmother's wedding ring and pawning it. And my mother got furious at my aunt, because her sister, because she bought that wedding ring. It was her wedding ring. She used it at her wedding, and she gave it back to my grandma for like, I don't know, 30 years. It was like sitting in my grandma's jewelry box for like 30 years. That's the truth. That's what I remember. And that's the truth. But my mom's sister was like, no, you stole the wedding ring and you've hawked it and you've sold it. This is just not fucking true. The wedding ring was probably stolen by orderlies or something. It was not there. It fucking sucked. That wedding ring was not there, which broke my mother. And on top of it, she was dealing with her mother's death, and she didn't like her mother, so she had a lot of psychology stuff going on, and she loved her mother, but she didn't like her. And I think she did, but she didn't like her, she didn't like her personality, and it was just the most horrible thing I've ever seen somebody go through. I watched my mother and sister's friendship detonate instantly, forever. They agreed to never speak to each other ever again. You could tell they meant it. I'm lucky that we didn't. Her husband, my aunt's husband, was like up in the middle of it, and he was just like, please calm down, please calm down, please calm down. He's the most calm guy I've ever met my whole life, my uncle. But he was just like, please calm down. He just kept repeating it. He's this chaste, like kind of buttoned down guy from North Dakota, and he doesn't like drama. And he was just like, please calm down, please calm down. For like 4 hours, he was like, please calm down. It was like every fucking 4 or 5 minutes you hear him say, please calm down. Just trying to keep the pressure going. And they went at it for like 3 hours, and they just had their big fucking battle that they've never had their whole lives or whatever, where they made a bunch of accusations and crazy shit and screaming, and you know, and I don't think the kids came up. I think they were good about that, because we were all sitting there. There was me, I was like 24 when that happened, I think, something like that. And there was like my older 3 cousins. They were like 26 and 27 and 27, I think. And then there was like my cousin, she was there, and she was like 40, something like that. And we were all just listening to my mom and her sister basically have the worst family fight I've ever heard or see anybody have. It was just crazy. At the end of it, I felt like I wanted to sue my aunt, because the accusation of stealing that wedding ring, that was my mom's property in the first fucking place, and I remember all that. That is my mom's wedding ring, and she did give it to my grandma, and I think I was there when she did that. I even think it's weird. And so, you know, and honestly, it's her wedding ring to hawk it if she did do something like that. So I wasn't willing to be angry at her even if she was hiding doing something like that. It was her wedding ring. That is the truth. And so, you know, it was her wedding ring. She gave it to my grandma just to hold it, you know. So if she went back and took it and hawked it, if she did, I don't remember her doing something like that. She certainly didn't have an influx of money. And like, you know, and I don't know. You know, I don't know why it needed to be so bad, but like I was the only person who cried at my grandmother's funeral, and I realized that I was the only person who actually loved her. My mother hated her, and I think her sister hated her, and my family didn't like her, and nobody liked her apparently because she was sort of like me. She sat around watching. She would prepare dinner. That's something she did every day of her life, and she would like clean the house. That's something she did every day of her life. She was a good housewife. But her life consisted of tuning in at 8:40 in the morning to the weather, and then to watch the soap operas for, I don't know, 16 hours until 10 o'clock at night or something. Then she would go to bed, get up real early, like 8 or something. Church on Sunday and all the stuff you would expect the average Americans to do. But I mean, her life consisted of watching soap operas, and she brought that sort of drama to her family's life, and her family did hate her for it, and her husband couldn't stand her, and like, you know, and there was problems, but they loved each other at least. But yeah, and it was just crazy, and watching that detonated my family. I've not spoken to my aunt, I've not spoken to my cousins, I've not spoken to my uncle or any of the extended family on my mother's side now. There's a few more of those people that were really like dear and close to me, kind of. Not close, but they were like really loving family, and were like people I don't see very often, but they're close family who really love me, and it's a shame I never see them. But I never appreciated my family that much because in my experience, there was always like my mother fucking fighting with my father. There was like identity issues about like, am I Italian? Am I poor? Am I rich? We were rich the first 10 years of my life. Now we're the poorest people I've ever met, and all this weird shit. And, you know, it was just weird. And I am the poorest person I've ever met. And you know, I still am. I'm like the poorest person I've ever met. And like, even though it seems like I have TVs and stuff, I that's just because they sent me some money one time. I don't really have anything. I'm very lucky to even be able to eat, basically. And sorry, Kitty, I'm just telling a story. And so, like, you know, and so watching my fucking family detonate, and I swear to God, we would have been totally fine. We would have just eaten some food, eaten some bacon and some food and stuff at my grandmother's table with the family that we hadn't seen in goddamn 10 years or something like that. And we just would have eaten pizza, had a family dinner, and then went back to our separate lives. But instead, my fucking bitch of an aunt had to fucking say something, and it detonated our fucking family. And I witnessed, and I try not to be sexist about this, but I watched a woman, and she knew better than to say anything. She had better sense than that. My aunt's got more sense than that. But no, she chose to detonate the fucking family on fucking purpose. She knew my mother wasn't going to put up with it. My mother's never backed down from anybody, and I don't either. And she knew it was just going to be this untenable thing that wasn't going to ever work ever again. As she took the shot, she was just like, nope, I don't want you around my kids. I don't want you around my family. I don't really consider you real family because we never see you, all this. And they just wrote us out of the story. It was insane. Like we weren't even there because we don't have money. Now, my mother, she made it really big. She made it to 8 figures and did way, 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 way better than my mom's sister. And that stuck in my mom's sister's craw all of her life. She would send pictures of her successful kids and stuff like this at college graduations and stuff to piss off my mom because I'm like this burnout druggie who plays video games all the time. We'll see in the end. We'll see. But, you know, that was the case. So my mom would be like, why aren't you like them? And I'd be like, I don't know. I'm not a normie from North Dakota. I don't know. So... But you know, just weird shit, and I'd resent it. I've said stuff on stream before, like I would like to sue my aunt just for detonating my family, kind of. Like, but I can't. It's not going to bring the family back. It's not going to bring back like my loving family. It's not going to do that. She just chose to detonate it and write the poor people out of her fucking family for whatever fucking reason, because we were through dire straits at that point in our lives. And my aunt could see that my mother was desperate for my grandmother's car because she didn't have one. And she thought that was the lowest, most crumb bum shit she had ever seen since high school or something like that. The last time she was around poor people in her small, myopic fucking North Dakota town. And she and her husband have cushy jobs to pay 6 figures. and they saved it, so it's all sitting in a bank account somewhere, and they did their lives correctly or whatever. But boy, weren't they were like the most judgmental, stuck-up, stick-in-the-mud Americans I've ever fucking met. And like, just because we didn't have money, I swear to God, they detonated my fucking family, and I would like to sue her for this. It was that egregious. It was like, you know, I don't even know their fucking phone numbers anymore, because it was like, after that, it's like, how are we going to get around this? How are we going to get around my aunt? Just, you know, I could reach out to my cousins, but that's, you know, like, maybe after she's dead, they might be more willing to speak to me, but they poisoned her. She poisoned them so bad towards me. My mom fucked up and told them that I had gone through a drug addiction, and then that was just like, I was never going to be able to speak to those people ever again. It was that bad. Where they come from, that's like, you don't speak to that person ever again. You know, they're that stuck up and snobby. Oh, you got a drug habit? You must be from an inner city and shitty or something. It was like that. They don't say that, but you can see it in their fucking eyes. The minute that I don't know why my mother told them anything about me. She should have said, oh, he's a lead singer who's kind of odd. She could have gotten away with like 4 words, but instead she told them everything she knew about me, and then they just were not willing to be my friend anymore. Which was fucking annoying. This has happened to me a lot. And it's not like I've ever harmed anybody or done anything like rape or fucked up or murder or anything like that. Maybe some theft is the worst thing I've ever done. And it's fucking stupid. They shouldn't have treated me like I was some burnout pariah that fucked up the world or something. But that's how it was. And they wrote me off. I got that treatment from my fucking family. I got that treatment from my fucking friends when they found out I was on meth. I got my treatment from all my Facebook friends. They dropped me off Facebook like I was a hot potato and shit like that. I had like 700 fucking face friends. Yeah, the fake friends disappeared fast when it went like one little rumor of like a meth addiction, and like from my best friend's sister at the time, and like all the parents knew, everybody the fuck knew. People wouldn't let me in their house or trust me anymore. It was so fucking bad. Meth does not totally make you a bad person. It's just like, you know, it leads to bad choices. But it's just like alcohol. It doesn't inherently make you bad. If somebody drinks a beer, they're not inherently fucking evil. The same way they're not inherently evil if they smoke a bowl of methamphetamine. It's fine. It's gonna kill you probably. It's a drug addiction, but it's still fine. It's not this thing that should make you feel like you never ever want to speak that person ever again. That is complete social isolation you are imposing on someone else who had a good family before that point. And after that, I was like, wow, I feel abandoned by my country because of 9/11 and all the bullshit that they did. I feel betrayed by 9/11. I feel abandoned by my father who went for a pack of cigarettes and never came back. I feel abandoned by my family who, after they found out that my mother needed my grandmother's car, decided we were too poor and detonated my family so that we'd never speak to them again. My cousin stole my grandfather's fucking fishing lures and actually really would have liked to have those. He spent fucking 50 years making them or something. It's the most work I've ever seen somebody do on a private piece of a collection or something. Those fishing lures took him 50 years of tinkering in his fucking basement, and they fucking sold them to a pawn shop for $50. I know they did, because they emptied out the house in like a day. It scandalized my mother. She was like, they must have been druggies, I guess, because they emptied out the house in like a day. I was like, yeah, all you gotta do is bring your friends and they'll just empty out a house. I've seen it happen before. It doesn't take that much. If you say everything's free, your friends will come and loot out a house real quick in like a day. It'll be done by the end of the night. You know, that's what they did. They came and they were like, okay, friends, we have all this stuff that grandma gave us, and we need the stuff that'll be worth any money in a pawn shop or whatever, but everything else you can just take out of here if you fancy it. And I guarantee that's what they did. They brought all their bouncer friends and they emptied out my grandmother's house in like a day, like crackheads. And I love my cousin, and she has always had a good job and a good life, and she's never done anything wrong. She's never done anything wrong. I wouldn't even say what they did there was wrong. We gave them permission to do that. But, you know, it did irk me because if they didn't know me. If they had known me, they would have known how much I treasured those fishing lures. But they didn't even remember that for every year for like 12 years or something, I came in the summers to be with my grandfather to fish with him. Those fishing lures would have been nice. And plus, he had a bunch of antique guns. And the antique guns, my best friend, he would have paid me the debt. If I had given those antique guns to my best friend, I would not owe him $11,000, and he wouldn't have to look at that and think about that every time he thinks about me. Every time he thinks about me, something pops in his head where like, this person owes me $11,000, and I guarantee it, that's why he doesn't call me. I guarantee it. So it's like, I mean, he does, but it's just like, you know, but I'm not like a fixture in his life like I used to be, because it's like, I can't pay that $11,000. If I had been able to take the antique guns that my grandfather had had from World War II that my best friend would have jizzed his pants for and just handed it to him, I wouldn't have owed him $11,000 anymore. It would have been like a forgiven debt. He would have been like, oh my God, you gave me something I wanted way, 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 way more. Right? I know, that's how much he loves guns. I know. He would have been like, oh my God, you gave me guns from World War II. I love you, or whatever. And I thought about that, and I was like, God damn it. I actually really could have used those guns and those fishing lures. And in the large scheme of the house, we're talking about a couple of gun cases like the size of a pizza box and a couple of boxes of fishing lures the size of, like, you know, suitcases. And that's it. We're talking about like material loot wise, it was enough stuff you could carry on your back. It was like 3 boxes of fishing tackle and a couple of boxes of antique guns. And they sold those antique guns, of course, because they needed the money for their kids. But I remember, he was Purple Heart. He had good antique guns from World War II. They probably got a good price for them, but still, it fucking sucks. Those were like heirloom guns, and it would have been better to go to a friend. It would have been better to go to a friend than a fucking pawn shop, and it made it much easier for me to never talk to her again. And that's not what I got from my closest family. Like, you know, that's fucked up. Like, not my mom, not my closest family, but like my actual related family. Like not my nuclear family, like my actual blood relations. It was like they basically like threw away my only family heirloom legacy. They separated my family, so it feels like I've got one surviving family member left. I can't call my cousin because it's fucking weird. Can't call my aunt because it's fucking weird. I can't ask, you know, my aunt's rich. She's probably got at least 7-8 figures if she's still even alive. I don't know, and I don't care. And that's fucked up that I don't care if my aunt's alive or not, and that's her fault. That's fucking stupid. I did not do anything to cause her to detonate our friendships to the point where I would never speak to my aunt again. I didn't do anything to her to cause that. I've not ever done anything to her. Not ever. And my drug addiction, I didn't have that at that time when they met me. I wasn't high when I met them, and there was no reason for them to judge me the way they did, but they did. They judged me like I was just some piece of trash that I just wasn't worth living around or being a neighbor to or a friend or a family member to. And I remember the treatment, and I got this treatment from my friends, my family, fucking everybody. These are people I didn't wrong or do anything to. And just, you know, just suddenly I'm just not good to be your friend anymore, I guess, or something. It's like we're just not family anymore. You just detonate our family and fuck whatever that does to my life, I guess, you know? Fuck what that does to my identity, thinking that I've got one surviving family member left. When she's gone, you know, I've got a family, but it was detonated and excommunicated. When she's gone, I might have to go try and pick up those fucking pieces if I even feel like I'm like a member of the human race anymore. Because it's like, do I even have connections to the human race anymore after my mother? It's fucking crazy, and I think I do. So I think I'm going to have to wait for my fucking aunt to die of old age, and she's the kind of B-word, to probably hold on till she's like 106. Because she's never smoked a cigarette. She's never drank a wine. She's not somebody who fucks around with stuff that lowers your fucking, you know, your fucking heart rate or anything like that. She's not somebody that she's exercised every day of her life. She's the kind of person to live to like 106. By the time that she lives to be 106, I will be, I don't know, 70 or something like that. And it's like, at that point, it'll have been 30 more years and I just don't even care about my family anymore. It's fucking stupid, and I'd resent that fucking treatment. I think this happens a lot more than we care to admit. Some bitch-ass motherfucker completely detonates like an 18 family member strong unit, and then you don't have a family anymore. How often does that fucking happen? It should basically be criminal. It shouldn't, I mean, it's not criminal, but it is like criminal, and you know, it's like a crying shame of how much of a loss it is. It's like, I love those people. I spent years building relationships with them and traveling, and my mother spent money getting me out there to Nebraska or North Dakota, coming to their houses and doing sleepovers with them and shit, and being around their kids and playing with their kids in the summers and all this shit, and all that money and all that time we waste. And because you heard that, you know, that maybe, or I don't know, maybe the orderly stole the wedding ring, or maybe my grandmother hawked it when she was senile. We don't know what fucking happened. We still don't know. Maybe my mother sold it. We don't know what fucking happened, and I don't care. That was not a reason to detonate my fucking family, and it affected my identity and my fucking feelings and my reality and how much connections I have, or falling back on somebody. I have to fall back on a non-blood related aunt that my mother's known all of her life. She's not blood related to it. She's just a friendly lady. You call her a godmother. I call her godmother all the time. She's like my godmother. She's one of my closest friends. But she does that out of the goodness of her fucking heart. We are not related. She had to do that because, and she wouldn't have normally have done that. She was my mother's friend, not mine, you know? But she ended up being my friend because she saw that my abandoned fucking, my family full-blown fucking basically abandoned me. Everybody but my mother. My father disappeared. My family disappeared. My mother didn't disappear. She's always been there like clockwork. Always, all my life. Even when I pushed her away, she's been there. But like not anybody the fuck else. Not anybody else but my inner circle. They're the only people who really were my fucking family. And I don't talk to them because they have their own lives and they don't have issues with families, so they've got a family to deal with of their own. They don't need like, you know, brothers as comrades, as replacements for family. They don't have a broken, fucked up, dysfunctional, spun around, broken down merry-go-round fucking family. And like that's not good. It's like not too good for my mentality or whatever. I think all the time I'd like to sue my aunt for that, but it's like, what can I do? You can't sue your aunt for breaking up your family. That's not illegal. She can do what she wants. What happened? Now it's flashing P at me, like power, I guess. Let's see. And it disconnected, I guess, I think. Oh no, I hit the button. There we go. And I don't like talking about it, but it is catharsis. It's like therapy. It's fucking therapy for me to talk about this because it's like, it's not them dealing. Well, my mother dealt with it. My mother, like what happened to her was fucking tragic. She loses her father to like Alzheimer's. He like forgot how to stand, we guess. I don't know. Or he had a stroke or something. I don't remember what happened, but he had like a stroke, I think. She lost her father and then her mother like 5 years later. And then the rest of her family just said bye. And that's kind of how it was. It was like a big fight and then bye. It was like, you know, it was like a big fight first. But but my mother's sister went into that with the idea of writing us out of her fucking reality for the rest of her life. Who does stuff like that? For what? It's not like my mother ever stole something from her or fucking crossed her or fucked her boyfriend or her husband or something. It's not like that. My mother was nothing but graceful and loving and cherishing. She sent gifts to every kid every year for fucking, you know, for fucking 26 years or something. She sent really good presents to my cousins every fucking year for 26 years or something like that. And then my aunt decided to just write us the fuck out of our family for some fucking reason. And I swear to God, it should be illegal. It won't ever be. This social contract stuff is weighed out by the women, and it's their premise and their prerogative, and they can do as they please with this. It's something men will never be able to do is affect the social contract like this. This is women's territory, and it is like foreign territory for me. I am that strong of a kind of a man symbol like that. I am straight, and I do have trouble with some of the women's stuff like this, like detonating your fucking family. I needed that fucking family. I have no connection to fucking anything, really. I needed to be able to call my cousin when I'm in jail or something like that. It wasn't like that. It was like, I guess I'll call my best friend and he'll just blow $1,300 bailing me out or whatever, and we're going to call our friendship family because it's like nobody else is there, you know. Mom's out of town. She would deal with it if she was here. She can't, so she calls my best friend when I'm in trouble because she knows that no matter what, he'll go out of the way to go make sure that I don't die or whatever it is. And they do that for me. It's like something that they can do for me, and they do. But she doesn't call them often because I'm not often in trouble and stuff. But when I am in trouble, she can call my best friends, and they're like family. They will show up, and they will literally, like, the last time she had to call my best friends, they showed up at my ex-girlfriend's house, at the front door, and they informed me that our relationship was over. And it was like that. My best friend shows up, and he's like, "Hi, dude." And I was like, "Hi." And what's going on? I'm like, busted, aren't I? Did something bad happen? Did my mother die or something? And he's like, No. Your mother called, and she has told me that you are in an abusive, endless relationship that you've been going in and out of the last 2 years, and all you and her do is methamphetamine in this basement. And I was like, yeah, that is kind of true, except I get out a lot. I'm kind of like a drug dealer, you know. I'm not just sitting in the basement. She sits in the basement, and I come back every 5 days to fuck her and then leave. I mean, I hated to say that, but that's what I said to him. I was like, yeah, she lives in the basement. She sits down here and does meth here all day. I journey the city as a crazy Uber taxi driver, you know, drug dealer. And he was like, yeah, well, that's stopping now. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, the relationship is over. The drug addiction's over. The fucking, the fucking like bouncing around the city as a drug dealer is over. He gave me the option, but it wasn't really like that. It was sort of more like, you are better than that. We're here to tell you we love you. This was my best friends. And they showed up at the front door and they're like, we're not letting you fall into some crazy meth crack and disappear and we'll never see you again. They came and they're like, this girl's killing you. You're going to say goodbye to her now. And they're like, do you want to be with this girl? They're like, we don't care if you want to be with the girl. We'll back off and we'll leave right now. We would like to leave right now. That's what he said. He was like, I would like to leave right now. And my other friend was like, I would like to leave right now too. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep you here. And they were like, no, we have to reach the resolution. They're like, do you like this girl? And I was like, I love the girl because she needs me. But no, I do not like the girl. I've never gotten along with her. The only reason I ever dated her is I was like dealing a drugs to her. And she suggested that I fuck her in exchange for a place to live. And that was how she approached it. Right on the first day I met her, she was like, would you like to move in with me and fuck me? And I was like, I guess, sure. I mean, I'm single, sure. I mean, she wasn't particularly attractive to me. She was, but not really. And not to fuck, but just barely. She was like, what she reminds me of? This girl. This is exactly who she looked like. And I mean it. Remember the girl from Glass? Is it Thelma? Yeah, it's Thelma. Thelma from, Scooby-Doo. Short brunette chop top with glasses and not particularly attractive. I'm sorry, but that's just not who she was. Thelma or whatever. Yeah, Thelma Lou has just never been attractive. She's that girl next door who you get along with because she's like your best friend or whatever. But yeah, Daphne was the hot one. And I swear to God, my ex-girlfriend looks so much like this. And I'm sorry, I just don't find bookworm-looking girls like they look like this, and that are kind of like, I would say, rubish. She was kind of a rube. She was like very, very impressed with my methamphetamine drug dealer lifestyle. She was blown away by it. She was like, what did you do today? She would do stuff. She would say stuff like that. What did you do today? Did you deal dope? And I'd be like, yeah, I went downtown to the Rockstar little girl's house. That's the girl that lives, that's the Rockstar's little kid. She's like 18. She's got a bad heroin addiction. And I sold her black tar heroin and she bought an 8-ball. And her dad is famous. And she's like, who's the dad? Who's the dad? And I'm like, I can't tell you. I promised I wouldn't. And then that could get me shot if I do. And I was like, I can't tell you, and I still can't. I promised that guy I wouldn't tell, and I mean it. So, and she's like, that's the crazy story. This is the kind of story you would expect out of a drug dealer. Tell me more stories like that. And I'm like, it's not that impressive. I drive around in an Uber car. I get sketched that somebody's going to shoot my ass for $5 worth of meth or whatever. And it's not that fucking glamorous. It's like I show up, I exchange something with somebody, they hand me some money, and I leave. It's like being a pizza boy. It's not very glamorous if you do it how I do it, which is meet people on the internet, meet up at the arranged place within 2 hours of talking to them or whatever, to collect their $50 to $70 to $90 and then leave. And you got to make sure that money's real, and you have to make sure that the dope you're giving them is the correct amount. And so every single time I did a drug deal, I had this panic thing that I did. And I couldn't stop doing it. I did it every single time I ever did a drug deal. I reweighed the sack. I would reweigh. I would reweigh the sack like 50 times. Like every sack I sold, I reweighed. And I was like, it's 1.0. It's 1.0. I can see that it's 1.0, but I'm convinced that the customer's going to think it's 96 and they're thinking that I'm shorting them. And I really was very nervous about that because I was like, they'll never call me again if they think I short them even 5 cents. And I really felt this way. And I did business like that. I was like, no, I reweigh this. And if you would like, I will reweigh it right now in front of you. I offered every single time, even if it was a sketch drug deal out there on some fucking sidewalk in the middle of the night, 4:30 by some library and shit. And I did shit like that. I was like, nope, we can get in my car. We can sit down with the fucking weight and with the scale, and we can sit here and show you that I don't ever sell a low sack. And then I wouldn't get a lot of accusations, but I was paranoid that even one person telling anybody in the scene saying that would essentially destroy my business, and then I couldn't save my family and friends from poverty or pay back the $11,000 I owe my best friend or ever do something with my life. And so I took crazy precautions like that, like I fucking would weigh every sack like 5 to 10 times, something. Way too many. Like, and I'd be like, man, this sack feels fucking heavy for some reason. And I'd be like, why does it feel heavy? My brain wants to tell me the reason. But I'm looking at the sack and it looks light. And I'm like, why does it look light? It's weighing 96 fucking cents. But I mean, you know, that's not good enough. We have to put the other 4 cents in. But I don't have it. I don't have powder. I've got nothing but crystal. How the fuck do I get 4 cents? And I would go through problems like that. And I would get a fucking razor blade and separate 4 fucking cents. 50 Cent wants to talk about 50 cents or whatever. I'm separating 4 cents because I'm not shorting anybody, you know? And like, in doing this allowed me to remain safe, to have no enemies. Nobody wanted my business or my money because I didn't meet anybody consecutively very much. You know, I had 1 or 2, what I would call loyals, who I felt safe enough to meet more than 1 or 2 times, but it wasn't really many. There was like 2 to 3 people I would meet that I felt I could know, like I could tell them my first name or well, my first name being a fake name that I gave them, but I could tell them even a name. Most of the time I wouldn't even say a name. I'd be like, I'm the taxi driver, you know? And and so like, and that sounds like a glamorous drug dealer story. Like, one day I come to deal meth to a girl that looks like Thelma from Scooby-Doo, and she's like, would you like to fuck me right now? And I'm like, I guess. I mean, yeah, you have a vagina. You're not particularly attractive like this girl. Like, I would fuck this girl because she has vaginas and a pair of breasts, you know? But when I look at her, I think you're not that far from a dude. You have like dude glasses on, you got a weird bang cut, you're not particularly attractive, the cheekbones aren't there, you know, the curves are there, so I would do it. But, you know, but it's like, I'm sorry, this is not attractive to me, this next door bookworm look. I have a bit more of an exotic taste than that, and everybody who knows me knows it too. Like, I have a bit more of an exotic taste than this. I like the really, truly beautiful women. I do. This wasn't it. And so I had to tell this girl this repeatedly. I was like, you are not my type. I wouldn't normally do this if it wasn't like some kind of transaction. I need what you're offering me, which is a place downtown. Do you have any idea how much money I can make off that? Actual place to crash downtown. Do you know how much fucking money I can make off that? I said it right to her face. I was like, dude, you know how much money I can make off that? If I could do that, and I told her the day I met her, I was like, if I could crash downtown at your fuck pad, basically, is what it ended up being. It was like a fuck pad. She was like using me like a fuck toy. It was crazy. And also, I was like her main dealer, but she didn't pay any money. She never did pay me money beyond that first time. That first time she bought a sack. It was a small sack. It was like a $30 sack, and she drew me there on a false pretense to sell her a gram. And then she was like, I have $30, and I was like, that's okay, it's fine. I'm not going to beat some girl for 30 cents or whatever. I'm not some fucking crazy person. Have a nice day. It's just like, wait. Maybe we could do something else. And I was like, yeah, I've had a lot of offers like that. Yeah. And I don't usually do that. I do if I really want to fuck the girl, but I'm not that into you. I was like, you're not a girl I normally would have swiped right on. I didn't say it that way, but I was like very clear about it. I was like, normally you're not a girl I would have been like, oh my God, can I get your number? You're not my type. And she's like, what's your type? And I was like, Disney princess. I don't like it, but it is true. My type is fucking Disney princess, not book, not know-it-all next door girl, bookwormy know-it-all vibe. Some men like this stuff. This is not my fucking vibe. I'm terribly sorry. Like smarmy, waspy looking, bookwormy looking, kinda bossy, little bit like I'm trying to live through my personality as opposed to my looks or whatever. And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit like discriminative when it comes to it. And I was honest with it, but she was like, no, you love me somehow. And I was like, no, I don't. I guess, yeah, we're like good friends now after like a year, and I can say I love you and I mean it, because I'd be very sad if something bad happened to you or whatever. Like, you're a close friend of mine now. Yeah. So yeah, I do love you, but do I think about you when I masturbate? No. And she's like, who do you think about? And I'm like, I would say nasty things like, I'm not going to tell you that because it's just insulting to you. You're my girlfriend. But the problem is, I didn't ask you out. You asked me out. And then you offered a fuck pad, basically, in exchange for methamphetamine to me. And I took you up on the offer because it's a good one for me. But all you're getting out of this is a drug addiction, and you text me 3,000 times a day because you're terrified I've been shot because I'm a drug dealer. How is this fun for you? And she'd be like, you're right, it's not fun for me. Why am I with you? And I'd be like, I don't know. And then we would break up, you know? And then we would break up and she would be like, get out of my house. And I'd be like, God damn it, you always do this. Like, you kick me out of the house at 4 a.m. and then you call me 3,600 times begging me to come back. And it's like, don't kick me out then. I have to go get my television, get my suitcase, throw all my shit in my fucking Uber car. Then I can't maybe take a customer sometimes. You know, it depends on what the situation is. It's fucking annoying. Then I'm like out at 4 a.m. I haven't slept. I'm high on methamphetamine. I'm exposed to the fucking streets. I'm out in my car high, which is something I don't like doing, you know, stuff like that. I just tell her all the reasons. I have my reasons. I'm like, yeah, what you offered me is actually fairly attractive. Like, for instance, I was able to sit down there and queue up on Uber for airport rides, because the only rides that you get out of downtown, and this is a Uber rider's trick, you know, Uber drivers trick that most Uber drivers still probably don't know, but the only rides that you get out of downtown, and I learned this very quickly because I was a night owl on methamphetamine, but I mean, like, you know, at 3:15 in the fucking morning, that's when people take rides to the airport. Some of those rides in cities like Denver are like 25 miles at $4 a mile, and then they're going to tip you 25% on that $100 ride. So you're looking at like between $70 and $130 for like an hour of work. That's what most people make in 8 hours, you know? And I was like, oh my God, when I learned this, I learned it because I learned this because I said yes to her. I never would have known, except the next day I'm like queuing up for a ride and I was like, oh, I got an airport ride. And then I was like, oh, I got another airport ride. And then the next day I went to work at 3 a.m. I was like, oh, cool. I caught like 5 airport rides at, you know, $35 a pop. That shit adds up. It's like $160 or whatever. And, you know, it's pretty good. It adds up pretty quick. You know, you don't have to do that much work. It's nice. You can pay for your car. You know, it's good. It's survivable money, $160 in like, you know, like a few hours, you know, 3 hours, 4 hours, something every single day. That's pretty good, you know? And so I was like doing pretty good. And then I was also dealing dope on the side. And she saw that I like had this disposable money, but I wasn't spending it on anything. She's like, you barely feed yourself and you don't buy anything except cigarettes. And I'm like, yep. Cigarettes are what I love. She's like, I can't stand how you smell like smoke all the time. And I'm like, I love cigarettes and meth, whatever. I like smoking. It's my favorite thing to do. It is basically. It's like smoking and fucking are like my favorite things to do. And I'm good at them and I do them a lot or whatever. And I don't, you know, I like, it was weird that when somebody propositioned me that I wouldn't have normally have been that attracted to, but I mean, she had a vagina and she was skinny enough and she was, you know, she was beautiful in her heart. You know, she was inside there was a good person that was beautiful, even though she was a drug addict with problems. I liked her personality a lot. And I am a bit of a personality person, but several times in our relationship, I had to tell her, I'm breaking up with you to go fuck my best friend who I'm actually in love with. She's my Disney princess. She's who I think about when I masturbate, not you. I don't want to be in this fake relationship anymore. You suggested this relationship, not me. Like, you know, it's really toxic drug relationship where you're using me for drugs and I'm using you for sex. And it's not like very good. And the sex isn't that good because you don't really like me. You know, I don't really like find you attractive that much. So then while I was fucking her, I was thinking about my best friend, which is just really shaky shit. But she's also like squirting because I'm thinking about fucking my best friend. She's having the best sex of her life because I'm thinking about fucking my best friend while I'm thinking about fucking her. And yeah, I'm that asshole, but the problem was I didn't offer to sleep with her. I didn't proposition her. I didn't ask to date her. Those were all her concepts, all her ideas. They weren't mine. She propositioned me. She was like she was so scandalous with it. Like when I went into her apartment in the basement, I sat down. I was like, I've got 50, 70, 90, pick one. And she was like, wow, that's it? That's all you say? And I was like, yeah, pick one and, you know, I'll sell you it. And, you know, and I was like, move on with it. I'm trying to get out of here. I'm downtown, double parked or whatever. And she was like, all I got is $30. I don't have 50. And I was like, well, that's fine. Here, just take the gram for 30. Waste my time to not take your money. Just give me your $30 and don't ever call me again and have a nice day. You know, and I didn't even get mad at her. I was like, this happens so often to me that I'm just like, please keep using me if you're going to pay the full 50. If you're not, then don't call me, etc. You know, I don't want to diss you and end the relationship or whatever. I just want to make sure that I make your money. So, yeah, that's how I handled her the first time I ever met her. And she was like, what if I take you back in the room and fuck you all day? That's what she said. She was like, what if I take you back in my room right now and I show you my bed and I fuck you all day? And I was like, I'm not averse to that. I don't have anything to do right now. I just did the only drug deal that I've got scheduled right now for a couple of hours. Like, you know, sure, you want to fuck for a couple of hours? I'm not going to say no to that, no. I was like, you know, you're not really my type. I'm not looking for a girlfriend right now because I'm in love with someone. And that was like the first thing I ever told her. I was like, I'm not looking for a girlfriend right now. I'm in love with someone. You're not going to like competing with her. I think I said that, and that really irked her. She was like, come back here with me to my bedroom and I'll show you. And she tried to show me, but the problem is, even then, I was still thinking about cloud candy. It's fucking stupid. Well, you're actually in love with somebody, but and someone else is like, hey, you want to fuck? And you're like, well, I'm single. I'm not with that other girl I'm in love with right now. So yeah, why not? Like, you know, whatever, sure, yeah. And you say yes, and you have protected sex like a good person or whatever, because you don't want an STD from the person. And you afterwards you're looking at this and you're like, wow, I just used somebody for sex and they just used me for drugs. And you're like, this can't possibly go well. And it doesn't go well. Big surprise. You know, it just doesn't go well, you know. And then so to get out of all of that, it just kept cascading into this terribly, you know, we were both completely dependent on each other. I was dependent on her apartment to do my business, and she was dependent on me for methamphetamine and food. She was like somebody who wasn't working. The other thing she did is the first thing she did, like in the first week that we were together, she was like, I'm going to quit my job. And I was like, oh yeah? How long you been working at your job? And she was like, 9 years. And I was like, you're going to quit your job in 9 years, are you? Are you safe to pay rent? And she's like, yeah, the rent is $500 on this place. And I was like, wait, your rent's $500? You live on 16th and fucking Champa or whatever it was. What was it? It was 16th and where the donut shop is. He was like, your rent is $500. Your neighbors pay $4,000. What are you talking about? Your rent here is $500. I was like, shit, I'll pay your rent. And she was like, you'll pay my rent? And I was like, yeah, if you let me live here, I'll pay your fucking rent. Yeah, you want to be roommates or whatever? You have a fucking apartment downtown Denver at 16th and Colfax, which is worth like $4,800 or something like that. They call it Park Hill because you can't park there. It's only rich people. It's Park Hill. You can't park there. They'll fucking arrest you. You can't park there even. It's so rich. It's so dumb. And she lived right up in the heart of it. And she had this like fucking great apartment with two fucking like a huge bathroom and a huge kitchen, and it was this big old like rent controlled apartment that was still $500. And she had this great relationship with her job and this great relationship with her landlord, and she was doing so good in life. And she had this cheap rent in the most killer spot in all of downtown Denver. It was like people were jealous of me when I took my drug dealer friends there. They were like, how did you luck into this? And I was like, it was just a customer. They're like, you're fucking a customer? And I was like, yeah, I fuck customers all the time. You don't? And they're like, yeah. They're like, yeah. All of them were like, yeah, I fuck the customers, yeah. All of my drug dealer friends were like, yes, I fuck the customers. They're hot. Yeah. Oh, even my female drug dealer kingpin friend, the most powerful one of that whole lot, she absolutely fucked the customers and was proud of it. She was funny. Anyways. And so it just went from there, and she discovered that while I wasn't that attracted to her, so it's like I would fuck her the first time really adamantly, but then like she wanted like a meth session, a party and play for like another 8 hours of just fucking her. And I was like, yeah, I'm down with that. I do like gooning. Sure, I'll fuck you all day. And I did. I fucked her all day a bunch of times, just butt naked, fucking all day, different positions all over the apartment, whatever. It's always fun to do stuff like that. But, you know, in the end, I keep thinking about my best friend when I'm fucking her. And then eventually I just tell her this. I'm like, you know, like, I gotta be honest with you. I'm not attracted to you in a way where I could ever marry you. I just couldn't ever marry you because I know you're not the one for me. That's cloud candy. And she was like, that breaks my heart. I'm crying. Why do you say such nasty things to me? You're so nasty to your girlfriend. And I'm like, you asked me. I did not ask you. You know, this was all your idea. Who asked who here? And she was like, yeah, I asked you. And I was like, yeah, that's not that normal. And normally I wouldn't have started this relationship. I only did it because you offered me something I really, really needed, which was a base downtown. You offered me something that my friends are jealous of, and they make hundreds of thousands of dollars. You offered me something that my best friends who make hundreds of thousands of dollars can't actually get, which is a really nice located apartment downtown. You can't get that. It's goddamn 60 grand a year. And if you do that, the government asks you where you got the money from. You know, you can't have a $60,000 apartment a year or whatever, $4 grand a month or whatever it is to live in Park Hill. It's crazy. It's like 2,400 starters for a crappy fucking studio or whatever. And it goes up to $4 grand from there. And she offered me to just live there. And she was also offering me sex as well. And her body was attractive. She had a really attractive body. So I was just like, yeah, no problem. You got a great body. Sure. Or whatever. I'm fat. Why would you want to fuck me? I think I asked her that. I was like, well, you know, I'm like almost 300 pounds. You normally fuck fat dudes? And she's like, you're attractive. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like a methed out fat dude. Are you sure? And she's like, yeah, okay, I'll show you. And she did. But it was just like weird. It was like this weird relationship that wasn't real, that was based off using each other. My friends were against it. My mother told them that we had this like dependent like drug relationship. And they showed up at her door. Like in the middle of the day, no warning, nothing. It was just like 10 a.m. or something. And I show up to the door when somebody knocks, you know, because I'm like the boyfriend answering the door. And my best friends are standing there. And I'm like, how the fuck do you even know where this place is? And they're like, my mom, you know, your mom told us. And I was like, my mom. And they're like, yeah, your mom is extremely worried about you. You've disappeared for weeks. You have a terribly toxic girlfriend that you keep telling her that you're close to coming to blows with, basically. She's threatening you with tasers and stuff like this, and she's half abusive, and she's using you for drugs, and you're using her for sex in her apartment. And I was like, yes. And they were like, you shouldn't have a relationship with a woman like that. You're using her. And I was like, no, I shouldn't. You're right. It was her idea. And they're like, we don't care if it's her idea. It's ending now. You're not going to use her for fucking sex in an apartment anymore. She's not going to use you for drugs anymore because that's making you an even worse drug dealer than you already are. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, we're going to take you out of here. Get your shit. And I was like, what? Yeah, they're like, get your shit. We're come to take you home. And I was like, I don't have a home. And they're like, well, do you have somewhere you can go? And I was like, yeah, I've got a friend's house. I can go crash or whatever. And they're like, you can't crash in my house because you're a meth addict, right? But you know, but they brought me to my friend P's house, and I like crashed out on his couch for like another couple of years. It was crazy, and that relationship ended, and I never saw her ever again. And I love my mother because she knew when it was over and when it needed to end and that I needed help. And she called them up and she called them favors. And she was like, you owe us this or whatever. Not owe us this, but she was like, if you love him and you want him to survive, you should probably go help him. And they did. They showed up and they were like, they think this girl's killing you. And I was like, I think she is killing me because I'll never stop using her for this apartment. It's this thing that I've always wanted. I've always wanted a fucking apartment on 16th and Colfax. I didn't know how bad I wanted that till I had it. When I had it, I was like, oh my God, a $500 apartment on 16 and Colfax. I used to dream of stuff like this. It's like being Seinfeld. You have Voodoo Donuts within a block. You have 15 liquor stores within 6 blocks. You have every form of food known to man done the best that Denver can do it because it's downtown, you know what I'm saying? All within 4 blocks. You have 16th Street down, just like a half mile down, like a 5-minute walk or whatever it is, and you're at 16th Street, at the 16th Street Mall, with all the rich people and everything. And it was just crazy. And when I parked my moped the first time outside her fucking house, I was like, oh my fucking God, it's not that the apartment costs like $500 or anything like that, or that it just fell in my lap or any of this other stuff. It was that the location was to fucking die for. I didn't know how much I valued location because it's like you could step out the front fucking door and you're downtown at the Capitol building. which is so dope for like a young jet setter drug dealer type. There's clubs like within a mile, you know, there's like a club, like the best club almost in the world is Beta to me. And Beta is like a fucking 8-minute walk from her front door. There was 2 7-Elevens within 2 blocks, 2 of them. You understand? 2 of them. There was one on Colfax and a dollar store and a 7-Eleven the other direction on 17th. There was one on 17th and one on 15th, all like within a block of each other. You could go to the northern 7-Eleven a block away, or you could go to the southern 7-Eleven a block away. It was that fucking crazy. It was like that good. It was like, which 7-Eleven do we go to today? Well, the other one probably has fresher donuts. You know, it was crazy like that. And I didn't know how much I valued that location. I told them when they came that day, I was like this place is to die for. I almost want to like date her until she dies of old age so I can get the apartment, because this rent control, the apartment thing, I didn't know how bad I wanted it. You know, they did a Seinfeld episode about this, how bad fucking Elaine wanted Jerry's apartment, you know, and I can relate. I am a jet setter downtown type person like that who could really use that to my fucking advantage, to get laid, to get rich and shit. Locations, everything, you understand? If you only have to walk for 5 minutes to go to any store that you could possibly ever want to go, why would you ever buy a car? You know, that was like that for me. It was very hard for me to want to keep being an Uber driver, because I was like, everything I want is within 6 blocks. Everything. There's a dollar store within a block, a dollar store within a block of my house. It was so amazing. It's like, if I don't like buying something at the grocery store, I have that dollar store a block away. It was like so good. There was a gun store a block away. There was a fucking marijuana dispensary a block away. It's like, let's walk down to the block, you know, and fucking buy some weed. It'll take 5 minutes, you know. It was so good. And I realized that, like, as I told them, I was like, this apartment, it blinded me. It was like, I told them, and they all know Seinfeld too. It was like Elaine with Jerry's apartment. And they were like, we get it, dude. We get it. We're looking around this apartment. We're beginning to understand why you got sucked in here so bad. They're like looking at it. They're like, this is $500. And I was like, this is $500. She has $5,000 worth of rent and she's paying $500. It was a place she could have rented out for $5,000. You know, I suggested it to her. I was like, have you ever considered subletting? Because you can easily give them the other half of this apartment. It wouldn't even need to have a bedroom. And you could charge them $1,800 and you could easily pay the $500 that you pay the landlord. And she was like, really? I was like, no, the landlord won't like it. You can't sublet this place, not without telling her. And she knows, she's told you she doesn't want you doing that. That's part of the rent control. So no, you probably can't do that. But I was like, you understand, you could sublet this place for probably $2,800. You could just take that and live in an Airbnb at that fucking point. I used to say stuff like that to her because it was true. I was like, you can sublet this apartment for $3,000 and you can move in, so you could pay to live in an extended stay. And they'll clean your house every day. They're maids. They'll come and clean your house. I know, because I lived in an extended stay with a junkie for 2 years. And they come and clean your house every day. It's fucking wonderful. I miss it. I love living at hotels. They clean your fucking house every day. Especially extended stays that are good. You know, they'll actually come and send a professional maid that cares about getting your place back to the way the hotel room was when you first originally walked in there. And you're only paying sometimes like $60 a night if you're doing it right off the apps and stuff. And we used to just split the hotel room for $30 each, and she would go stripping and I would go taxi driving. And it was a great little thing until she ruined it, and she ruined herself on heroin and shot up Hep C and fucking, you know, AIDS right up in front of me. But like, you know, it was going good there for a little while. Anyway, so my friends are looking around the apartment. They're like, we see the charm here. We see why you said yes to her. I was like, I didn't understand it. I didn't know what I was after when I first said yes to her. And then she informed me that she was paying $500 for the best apartment in Denver. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Do you have any idea how much this is actually worth to me? It's like $6,000 a month or something like that. I would pay $6,000 for this place if I was a richer. You know, I told her that. I was like, I would pay $6,000 for this place if I was a richer. It's that good. The place is well heated. It's well like soundproofed, and like she could bump like really loud bass at 4:30 in the morning and nobody would complain. And it was right downtown. It was like a 2-minute walk from the downtown precinct. It was insane. And I was just like, this place is so good. I could really build a fucking living and a life out of this. And I realized, and this is how fucked up I am. I'm a fucked up asshole like this. I told them as they left, they were like, we're getting you out of here. Get your shit, and we're getting out of here. I told him, I was like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. She was crying in the other room and after I broke up with her. And they were taking me out of there. And I was like, I'm so sorry, guys. I fell in love with the apartment. I didn't fall in love with the girl. I fell in love with the apartment. I didn't know how much location mattered to me. I didn't know how much I've been struggling with this thing about traveling everywhere I go for 25 minutes, wherever I needed to go downtown or go down to Englewood to some police thing or something like that or whatever, go pay a ticket or something. I was like, oh my God, I have to walk 15 minutes to a light rail, ride a light rail for at least 10, 15 minutes somewhere, get off the light rail, probably walk for another 5 or 10, 15 minutes somewhere. And I was like, oh my God, her apartment completely removes that from my life. It was like, there is a shawarma place a quarter block from here. A shawarma place, you know, I think I'm saying it right? It was a shawarma place named Taziki's or something like that. It was insane. And I was like, oh my God, the greatest donut shop on the planet. And this is like, I think universally agreed, is Voodoo Donuts right there on Colfax. It was a block away. The greatest donut shop on the fucking planet. They say stuff like that. And then the celebrities like Snoop Dogg go there because it is like a world-renowned donut shop. It was a fucking block away. I used to wake up and go order their Old Dirty Bastard, which is the donut that they dedicated to Old Dirty Bastard from the fucking Wu-Tang because he came into their donut shop. And it's fucking good too. It's a world-class Old Dirty Bastard donut of Oreo crumbles on a chocolate donut with like, you know, fucking deep dark jelly. I think it was grape jelly if I recall. You wouldn't think that grape jelly and chocolate would be so fucking good, but that donut that they made for Old Dirty Bastard that they only charged like $2 for or something like that is so, or well, now it's like $5, but it used to be $2 like 10 years ago. You know, it was cheap. It was like cheap donuts. Like a dozen was like, you know, I think like $10 or something. It was like cheap for like gourmet donuts that the people know about all over the world. It was a block away. I met some cops at that donut shop one time. I thought it would be funny. I met some detectives that I was narking out a rapist to at a donut shop. I thought it would be funny to them, and it was. It was funny to me, you know. Anyways. Yeah. And like, God damn it, that apartment. I'm still in love with that apartment. How do you, I mean, without murder, how do you remove somebody, like, see, like, then I end up sounding like P. Diddy and some cultural elite killer or something like that, or some kind of, like a talented Mr. Ripley, but it's like, how can I get you how can I get me into the apartment and you out of it? It's like, literally, it's almost like that's an element to my personality that I try to hide from people, but I drink your milkshake if it means adding to the quality of my life, and there isn't that many things that would improve the quality of my life. Location is one of them. I love having like 15 restaurants within a block. I like having a coffee shop a block away. I didn't know till I had it. I really, really like living downtown from really good amenities. And I'm scared to say this, but I think I should move to like Metro Los Angeles or Greenwich Village, New York or something like that. Because I think I am a really big city dweller. I always have been. I'm a big city boy guy. I can't stand the fucking boondocks. I think of this place as short busland, and I always have. This place is short bustling. It's fucking, the boonies are so short bus kind of. It's a different style of living where you have to travel for 40 minutes to do anything. I just don't really, it's not really me. I've been a city boy all my life, and the more metro and the more fucking like evolved and downtown and plugged into tech and digital with like music and iPods and shit, the fucking better. I'm a city boy. I'm a city mouse. Like a really good one, too, who knows how to party in downtown. I know how to party in downtown. I can throw a party in downtown, you know? So, anyways. Moving on here. I did just like, God damn it. I was like, how do I get her out of the apartment? I was like, guys, I'm in love with the apartment. I can't believe how much damage I did to myself to chase this girl because I was more in love with her apartment than I was with her. And I kept telling her too. They said, you aren't leading her on, are you? They kept saying, they're like, are you leading her on? I'm like, leading her on. The day I met her, I told her I was in love with somebody else. I told her the day I fucked her, the first day, I told her I was in love with a different girl and that she wasn't the one. I told her while I was fucking her, I was like, and you're not the girl I'm in love with. I'm warning you right now. I'm doing this for sex. You know, I did it all for the nookie. The nookie. I should have been singing it while I fucked her. I should have sang Limp Bizkit while I fucked her, because I was doing it expressly for the nookie. I had not had that much sex recently because I was a meth addict, you know? Kind of skeevy a little bit dirty and dusty and homeless and shit. So I was like, oh yeah, sex? I love sex. You know, I have a lot of sex, but usually I have to convince Craigslist girls to do it. And she was just like offered it. And I was like, okay, this is because I'm a drug dealer, isn't it? She's like, yeah, if you give me drugs, I'll fuck you. She just said it. She was just like, yeah, I've got a good body or whatever. You know, if you give me good drugs, I'll fuck you. And I was like, yes. Yes. And you would too. If you were single and there was nothing else going on and the person really wants you to say yes, you would say yes too. You'd be like, yes. Yeah. Yep. Take me on back. And she did. Fucking weird. Just weird. Whole thing. Now, the things aren't coming on. I think my things are charged now.
Certain techniques that he would use, they weren't just used on Cassie, and that was important to highlight, you know, and every human being is going to take that type of incoming.
You know the relationship is bad when the dude's best friends show up and inform the best friend that the relationship is over because the mother has made a distress call that you might be dead on dope in the girl's apartment or whatever, right? It was that bad. It was so cheesy. It was like something out of a movie for a lead singer like Scott Weiland or something. My friends show up and they're like, time to go to rehab, dude. And I was like, no. And they're like, yeah, you've kind of gone crazy on methamphetamine and you're using some girl for her apartment downtown and you're a drug dealer now. And I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll calm down for a bit. I think it was about 3 days. Yeah, I calmed down there for a little bit. It was like 3 days. Yeah, I at least slept there for a little bit. I got out of there. I went to my friend's couch and I was like, I need some place to sleep for like 3 days. I finally broke up with what's her face and I can't even remember her name because she's just not the girl that I'm in love with. I never was able to remember her name. Which is so fucking annoying. It's something the Asperger's does to me. My Asperger's sucks so bad. It makes me so rude. Like the person will be like, I just told you my name. I'll be like, yeah, I know. And they're like, we've had a conversation sitting at this dinner table for 3 hours and I've told you my name like 45 times. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't want to fuck you and I'm not interested in you. You're either a male and I'm not interested in you, or you're a female and I don't want to fuck you. In which case, you know, I just can't remember your name, and they can't stand it. Muggles especially. The one thing that you need to remember with a Muggle is their fucking name. It's like the only thing about them that matters, basically. It's hilarious. It's like, what's your name? And they like that question. Or where you're from is another really good one. They like, what's your name and where you're from? Because those are really important questions to Muggles who have nothing else in their entire lives except those two things. So, you know, they like those questions, right? And it's fun to ask them that. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm like delirious. But it's like, I don't know. I like blunt honesty. Sometimes it works. It was like as I left with my best friends and I had like my fucking my homeless bindle with a sack over my shoulder. Essentially, it was like my suitcases and my television. But as I left and they were like helping me move stuff to the car, I was like, oh, man, I fell in love with the apartment. I didn't know till that day either. I didn't know how much I valued that apartment. I was like, wow, I leaving this place is something that I'm really not very comfortable wanting to do. It's such a big asset to me. And she doesn't use it at all. She's not using it to, like, she was using it to live. But that was it. There was no, like if you live that wonderful spot on the ground level. She was on the ground fucking level. It's 16th and Colfax. Ground level. There, you know, you just walk down 3 steps and you're in the place. Fucking downtown, like the people. Like when you come out of her front door at any given time of fucking day, at least if the sun's out, and not any given time of day, but not the night necessarily past like 10 o'clock or whatever, but from like 6 in the morning, yeah, probably about 6 in the morning until about like, you know, probably till about 11 o'clock at night, maybe a little later, like 1, depending on the day. Like there is 5 or 10 Muggle passerbys who are trying to park downtown. You can see them doing it. They're like going in circles around the block over and over and over again. She had a parking spot she wasn't using. And you would see all of these people, they would see the sign, they knew they would get towed if they parked there. They would leave it be. They would leave her parking spot alone because they knew the city would tow them and stuff. It was her parking spot. She paid for it in her spot with her rent control and all that stuff. She didn't have a car. So I was able to park in that spot for like a year. And I was constantly aware of at any given time of day, basically, 5 or 10 people who were cycling around the same 4 to 8 block radius trying to find a parking spot. You would see them just cycling up and down the rows, like looking left, looking right, looking for a spot that you know that you scanned from the corner and you know that there's not a spot, but they're like looking left, looking right. They're like, where's the spot? Where's the spot? You see them wandering around like zombies all day long and like just glaring at me as I park in the spot. They're like, how dare you have the best parking spot in Denver? The jealousy was tangible. There was neighbors who were like hitting on me because they were just like, how do you have where you live? They was just insane. They're like, I was like, you live here too? What are you talking about? They're like, not like you. You have like a basement. You have like a basement place with a parking spot. We don't have that. We've been here for 7 years. I was like, I don't know. She just happens to be this girl who doesn't own a car, who had a parking spot in the best parking spot in Denver. I could charge $30 for people to park in this parking spot. I used to make a joke about it. I'd be like, I used to do parking I used to tell people downtown. I would joke with my neighbors. I'd be like, I used to work at parking for the National Western Stock Show Exchange, and I used to sell parking spots for $30. Hers will go for $40. I could sell this spot for 8-hour bids for $40, and people would pay it. You know, I was like, you know, if you need rent, just, you know, as I left, I was like, hey, if you ever need rent, just sell your parking spot. You know, she didn't have a car. Like, you know, like you don't need a car when everything downtown is a block away. You don't need it.
Differently. She just so happened to...
The light rail, the 17th, and the fucking light rail station, the best light rail station in the city where there's no crime and the hospital's right across the street. So there's like, they're not chucking with violence or crime or like, you know, gangbangers or drug dealers at that fucking light rail station. They're not fucking with it. It's the best light rail station in the city. It was a block and a half from her house at 17th and fucking whatever it was, Race, I think it was. 17th and Race, right across the street from the fucking hospital. Like there was a Subway in the hospital. There was so much stuff around. It was just insane. It was like all within 2 blocks, two blocks something. And I was like, I don't know. And I missed that parking spot. I didn't know. I didn't know, but there is something that I do want, which is a downtown Denver apartment on the ground level. I didn't know. I didn't think I wanted anything, but I want a downtown Denver ground level apartment with like a parking spot right the fuck front out there. And I mean, what we're talking about is $3,200 a month, I think, at least in where she was in fucking Park Hill. That is like $3,200 a month starters. I'm fairly sure. I know because I used to obsessively scan the rental ads looking for a place downtown. When I saw how good hers was, I was like, oh my God, if I had a place downtown, I think I could strike it rich within a year. There's so much opportunity and crazy shit down here. I didn't know till I was down there. I was like, what? Going out my front door sometimes, people would be like, you want to go drinking? And it's like, motherfucker, you are my neighbor. Like, what? You want to go drinking? And it's like, dude, that's how cool it was down there. It was like the neighbors are like, you want to go drinking and shit when you go out your front door, because it's like everybody's there. It's like it's like New York. It was like living in New York. And I was like, I don't know. I think I could probably get real used to living in New York, I think.
To get involved, and she got deeper.
Most people were like, and I used to be like, oh, the city, I've got to get away from it. It's killing me with all the smog and the people and the rudeness and problems and shit. And sometimes I really do feel like the city like that. Like the city was killing me. I feel that Denver was killing me. And that if I didn't get out of that place, I would be in the ground. I really fucking feel that way. I think it was killing me. I think that girl was going to maybe put me in the ground. It was insane. And I don't know. Something about it. I want that apartment. I want that apartment she had. It's that particular apartment because it can't be reproduced. It's a rent control apartment that was $500 in 2020 that has a parking spot that is attached to it that still has rent control in 2025 with a landlord who was nice, who didn't care what you did. And it was just like, how did she get that lucky? And I was like, how did you find this place? And she was like, I applied to an ad that said apartment downtown for $400. And I was like, so you just did what everybody else does. You just called up? And she was like, yeah. I was like, you understand most people would pay like $3,000 for this. And she was like, no, I didn't know that. I was like, yeah, most of the time when I deal drugs, it's to pay rent in an apartment, you know? It's so fucking expensive.
It. And I think that one thing that struck me, and it was something that I really wanted to make a bigger deal about in the series, which is that there was so much empathy given, you know, by the public for his kids. You know, they all went to the sentencing and spoke, his daughters, and there was a lot of conversation.
We watched this already. I'm going to get off this now. We watched this one already, I think. So, Suge Knight, we know Suge Knight isn't like making the rounds. The best survival MMO. What do you mean, PAX Day? That shit that shit. What do you mean the best survival MMO? What are you talking about? Fucking idiot. Have you ever played Rust? Best survival MMO. Have you ever played Rust? Maybe learn about something before you say it. Why is Trump so mad?
A Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word.
Because it has not kicked in this year. And
oh my God, it's Mike Pence or whatever. What the fuck is he doing here?
1,600 new electrical generators.
This douchebag. I don't even want to do this again. Ooh, yeah, we'll do the Josh
bring him
Austin,
the stage. He's one of my favorite comedians. You know him from The Daily Show. It's Josh Johnson.
Too loud, sorry. Oh, she almost busted my eardrums. She's got some pipes on her.
I just finished. I had no idea the Diddy documentary would be episodes. Episodes. I knew a documentary was coming out. I thought it'd be like a documentary. You know, like when you see a documentary, it's a feature-length film, but it's a documentary.
Yeah.
This is episodes. 50 Cent produced a documentary about Diddy that he's apparently been working on for a decade. And it has episodes. I've never hated someone for episodes. That's what every person I've ever hated has been a very short story. I'm just like, oh, we don't really get along, feel like they betrayed me, and that's about it. 50 Cent sat the world down for 4 episodes. This is crazy. 4 episodes.
Sat the world down.
This is some of the best footage I've seen in a documentary, because what they did, this is insane. This is fundamentally crazy, okay? The documentary starts with Diddy in a hotel room talking to his staff and his lawyers about what to do about this like incoming indictment, right? It's like 5 days before he gets arrested, right? And as I'm watching this, I'm like, that's curious, because this is 50 Cent's documentary about Diddy. Yet there's a camera in Diddy's hotel while he talks to his lawyers.
Hey, Josh is one of the people that got it. I thought it was hilarious too. I was like, well, this is a mind fuck. The way this thing started
he's talking to
was insane. This is 50 Cent's documentary. What is he doing in Sean Combs' hotel room, like listening to him talk to his lawyers? Where did he get that footage? And it's because Diddy doesn't pay anybody. He doesn't pay anybody. He doesn't pay the photographer, so the photographer just gave the film to the entire world.
His lawyers
Probably sold it to Fitty for 10 grand. I guarantee it.
A strategy.
Information can be worth money. You'd be surprised how fast you can make money with information. You wouldn't think so, but yeah, you know the right thing to the right person at the right time. Yeah, you make 10 grand real quick in a phone call. You know.
On what to do, like a game plan.
Yeah, whoever brought that to Fitty's attention, thank you.
How did 50?
How did Fitty get him in his documentary?
50 Cent get this footage? Is he in disguise? How is he in the room for this thing? And then this dude's like on the phone. Diddy is on the phone and he's talking about how we need to be aggressive, we need to come back. He literally says we need to get.
I think that maybe we should give this, and this is crazy because it's spoken like a right winger. This is such a progressive thing to say, but I think we need to up the punitive cost of a child sex conviction to the same level as murder. Otherwise, the people are just going to continue to do it. And if you really want to protect the children, it sounds bloodthirsty, it sounds progressive, it sounds reform, it sounds shitty, it sounds like prison industrial complex killing people, which is about as fascist as it fucking gets. But if we don't kill these fucking child rapists with a noose or a, electroshock, give them the chair, they will keep doing it. Killing them is the only thing that stops it. If they see that every single child molester is put to the noose, the way that we kind of do sort of give the chair to people who kill more than one person. Like, we sort of understand passion crimes if there's a reason, and we won't always give, like, the death penalty and stuff. But if you kill more than one person, you're probably getting the chair. You might not, but, depending on the circumstances. But in the states that use the chair, you're probably getting the chair if you kill more than, like, 2 people. I think I want to give the chair for a couple of years, and it sounds like a right-winger thing, and my friends would not like me saying this. I know they wouldn't. But I think I want to give the chair to some child sex people for a little bit here, or it won't stop. And that's a hot take. I don't like prison. I don't like corporal punishment. I do not like capital punishment. I don't like fucking punishing people, period. I wish it wasn't something we didn't have to do. My thing is if they think that maybe they can skate on a legality, or maybe they can convince a lawyer, or maybe they can get the public's love or something. Maybe, just maybe, they can be let to rape a child. And I just don't think 5 to 10 or 15 or 20 years in prison is maybe good enough anymore. When you look at the sheer amount of like statistics of incest, child porn, all types of stuff like this that our society is doing is disgusting. And so if you don't kill them, they won't stop doing it. You have to actually convince them with their lives as a cost to not do it, or they will use these lawyers, they will use money, they will use tricks, they will write films, they will get famous, they will do whatever they fucking have to get at these little 15-year-old girls. We know this about them. We don't know why. They have this broken thing in their fucking heads, but they want these 15-year-old girls and 15-year-old boys. It's fucking weird. They're even younger. And something about it, if we don't kill them, they will just keep doing it. We have to show them some kind of deterrent that's better than maybe you'll go to jail. Maybe you catch a technicality. Maybe the DNA test is bungled, or maybe the chain of evidence is bungled and you're let out on a technicality. I don't want that anymore. I think if you've been convicted of rape, I think I want an automatic death sentence. And that's fucked up. I think I want it more than murder. Because murder, I think I understand a bit more than child rape. Murder is like usually the person doesn't like you, or there's a crime of passion, or they catch you sleeping with their wife, or, you know, that stuff. I'm not saying it's ever okay, or we should ever condone it, but usually there's a reason. Not always. Sometimes it's some sociopath with problems. It's serial killing. It's not always like pleasant, fun flowers and stuff. But, yeah, overall, it's kind of like sort of a crapshoot right now if an offender actually faces punishment for his sex crime. It's like kind of a crapshoot with all the legal battle stuff that we have going on. All the complications, all the chain of evidence stuff, all the DNA bungles or whatever it is, or I don't even know if you can bungle DNA. I mean, sort of like, is there DNA? Can you prove it? Sort of stuff. Can we prove it? Can we not prove it? Is there a rape kit? Did we get the science? Etc., etc. I'm worried now that that's actually on purpose. I think it's kind of like swing or miss. I have a vote of non-confidence, just like in Donald Trump, just like in this war against drugs, just like in this prison industrial complex. I have a vote of non-confidence when it comes to our legislative system actually landing convictions on sexual assault. I think a bunch of them are not convicted. I think a bunch of them bully their clients, bully their victims in a way where they get away with it. I think a bunch of it is just not punished. And I think I think it's like that because they can skate. I think it's that way by design, so they can skate on by with their weird predilections, the rich people. I think it's like that way on purpose. I think Diddy can skate on 50 months because they have it set up so they don't always punish you for sexual assault. Not like they do, say, like a theft charge. They'll probably stick a theft charge every time, but they don't stick sexual assault charges every single time, because there seems to be a lot of doubt, and it's kind of like a crapshoot, evidentially, if you land that conviction. It seems like. And if it is, it tends to be complicated, and there's sometimes complications, or the sentence isn't what the public wanted, or whatever. Or it doesn't seem right for the scales of justice. And so now I call out like the bloodthirsty piece of shit Hitler or something like that. Like that bloodthirsty piece of shit Hitler or something. I call for death. I call for the Sith approach to it, which is that if we don't kill these fucking rapists, and I sound like some crazy ultra right-winger Proud Boy, frankly, but I mean, if we don't kill these fucking rapists, if they think that they can skate on that court case, if they think that they can swing the public or run some pageantry to throw a smoke bomb and walk out of prison 4 years after raping children, people like Rihanna when she was like 15 and shit like this, I really feel like maybe that the death penalty is sort of sort of not being used correctly. We don't want murderers to feel like they can just be deleted out of their problem that they cause themselves and their society by killing somebody. I don't know if the chair is good enough for murderers, and I don't think 20 years in prison is good enough for rapists. And I want complete reform, and I want a little bit more of a psychotic sentence for rape, and a little bit more understanding of a sentence for fucking murder, because humans kill each other all the fucking time over stupid shit like their spouse is cheating and shit like this. It's just common. It fucking sucks, but it is. Should the sentences be less? No. But I don't know if we should give the chair for that unless it's actually like a serial killer who's doing it for fun. You know, because usually it's a crime of passion, which is something that we can understand. We could never, ever understand child rape, which is why I think maybe murder might be a more appropriate sentence for somebody like P. Diddy. Not murder, but I mean, I think of it as murder. When they do the chair, I think of that as murder. It's like you murdered the guy, right? It is. It's like you took his life. It is like murder. It's like murder. So, but I think that's maybe what these rapists need in their community. They need to see that they will be strung out and left and strung up like a pig and fucking slaughtered in front of everybody fairly quickly too, if they give in to their fucking urges at all. Like in this society, if they give in to their urges at all, they should feel like they're a couple of days from the fucking chair. Or they'll just keep raping children and fucking raping people and stuff. It's fucked up, but mankind is rapey. They rape each other a lot. It's fucking shitty. I don't know why it's like that. I don't know. But I do know that if you just let them skate on a complication, or it might just be 5 years in jail or something, I swear to God, some of these shitheads, they're like, is she worth five years in jail? I swear to God, they think like that. They're like, is that child worth 5 years in jail or 20 years in jail? They think of it like it's some kind of cost. I swear to God, they do. They don't care about jail. They probably get all kinds of sex up in there. They're weird sex perverts, so they probably like jail, frankly. There's probably all kinds of crazy, fucked up, pervy sex in there, and that's probably where they, honestly, probably their comfort level, frankly. Fucking weird. So it's like, so I don't know, maybe 20 years for a rape charge or whatever, or 50 months. I don't know if that's so good anymore, and it's not that I want to kill P. Diddy. I don't want to start with him. I want to start a little bit later after the public's voted on it and stuff, but I think we do not have enough deterrent to stop the sheer amount. Let's look at rape statistics in the U.S. They're depressing, and I don't really like putting this on stream at all. But it's not too good. It's tens of thousands of people, I think. Yeah, like at any given time in this country, somebody is being raped. It's insane. It's like that common. It's fucking fucked up. At any given day or any minute of any day, I think somebody in the country is being raped. It's fucking seriously fucked up. It's that common. Okay, it is estimated that 734,630 people were raped, including threatened, attempted, or completed rape. That's usually the convicted cases, you understand? There were 734,000 convicted cases of rape in 2018. What's the source? I don't know. This is National Sexual Violence Resource Center. I don't know. It seems kind of iffy to me. I don't know. Seems like they want to deliver these numbers. A little bit weird. Yeah, it's seeming like a lobby maybe, but the statistics from the FBI on rape is something like, it's like 139,815 rapes every year. That is fucking insane. And the only reason it's like that is because we aren't killing them. We probably got to kill them. I can't believe I'm this bloodthirsty. I would normally never, ever make this argument. It's so bloodthirsty and shitty. I don't believe in war. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in death. I don't really believe in killing them. But if we do not de-incentivize rape, this number will not reduce. It will not reduce. It's the same sort of thing with like these high power rifles that they use for school shootings. If we don't de-incentivize those, that number with the school shootings will not reduce. It will not reduce. You do have to actually stop them from being able to do it. You know how monkeys work. If you don't fucking stop them, they will just do it. They'll just do it. They don't care. They're like these backwards like beings that have like reverse psychology problems, and like I swear to God, the whole world told all of humanity that they can't forcibly take someone else sexually. It's considered rape and they've got to go to jail. Because we did that, and I'm not complaining about it, I think it's really good. I like that it's like this. Fuck them. I don't like rapists or whatever. But because we did this, I swear to God, that's why this number is so high. We tell them that they can't do it. So they view it like a fucking challenge. It's insane. Some of them probably look at it like a challenge. You told me I can't do that? Watch. It's fucking shitty. So like what actually stops it? Stringing them up. String them up so that it removes all fucking doubt from their fucking mind. What's gonna happen if they go over there and do that thing to that person? They don't have that right now. They've got this question mark, like maybe I get off like P. Diddy. Maybe the judge dies. Maybe, that's not how this is for them right now. I swear to God, I feel like some of these people that are doing this stuff, they are acting with complete impunity, like just like mass rapists, basically. And I don't know. I can't prove it. I've never seen it live. I've never seen it myself. But I swear to God, these numbers would not be this fucking large if we actually de-incentivized rape. I don't think 20 years in jail de-incentivized rape to rapists. I think rapists like jail. I think they get raped in there. I think there are rape culture people that like rape. And I think they like jail, So I'm not sure 20 years for a rape sentence for raping somebody. I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's good. It's a good compromise. But if you killed them, maybe the next rapist maybe thinks twice, like, shit, they're going to kill me if I do this, Maybe they think twice. Because right now, I think they think maybe I'm going to get off like P. Diddy. Right now, I think that's the message we send them. So they're like willing to take risks that they wouldn't normally take. Because they're like, what's the actual conviction rate? It's not too good. There's 140,000 rapes in this country. How many of them do you actually prosecute? It's probably 10% or something. You know, how many of these do you actually prosecute? It's going to be like probably a lot, but it's, you know, it's not going to be 140,000. So yeah, so like God damn it, the failure rate of how big this number is and how little prevention we have. And what we do to stop it, and honestly, we have basically incentivized it. I think that's why this number is so big. We basically incentivized it to the point where it feels like some kind of pop-up it feels like some kind of cell phone game, maybe that they play or whatever. Like it's like a gotcha game where maybe they don't face that sex charge because the court's incompetent this one time or something. And I'm sure that happens. So then it probably happens like a lot more than we care to admit. Probably like 30% or something of the time they fail to prosecute these cases. I think because it's so serious. They have to actually provide really compelling evidence or they can't get a conviction. And that sucks. That sucks with how much of this is completely unpunished. So then what do you do to stop that? I think you kill them. I don't think there is I mean, it sounds like a bloodthirsty solution from somebody who really just doesn't have enough imagination. But what else could you do to these people that they will understand? You could take their money. I think they'll just go make more money. I think you could end their marriages. I think they're just going to go marry some other person who has no idea who they are. I think you could jail them, and they like rape in jail. I'm not sure that's that much of a de-incentive to them. I don't know if, you know, and maybe that's weird that I think that about them, but I think jail is this thing now that a lot of criminals seem to think that they can just accept as a cost of doing business. I think that's how some of these rapists act. Like the jail is just a cost of doing business and you just go there sometimes. And what does that do for this number? It raises it probably really high. Maybe they don't go that one time. We don't know. So, you know, what do you do to actually de-incentivize rape in a way where it solves the problem for the fucking community? And we don't talk about this at all. We just talk shit about trans people. That's all we do. So like now, what do we do to de-incentivize this? We can't kill them. It's not humane. It's not easy. It turns us into a monster. It turns us into Hitlers. The push for the gas chamber. It's not really good to kill them. What do you do to actually incentivize these rapists that are pulling out 6-figure numbers every single fucking year? What do you do? You can't kill them. You can't imprison them for life. I'm not sure the crime warrants that. I mean, I think killing them is maybe what's necessary right now politically. Because, and that's weird, that's coming from somebody who's talking about like open all borders and make immigrants like totally legal and all this other stuff, right? But and I'm so liberal and freedom-minded, but then when it comes to the rapists who are pulling 139,000 rapes every fucking year, and it's not all just a few dudes, it's many people, you know, that are doing this. And it seems like there's not, I'm sure jail is a part of their consideration when they go and they violate and they do whatever it is they do. But I don't think it's the fucking de-incentive that it needs to be. They need to feel crippled the second that they do it. And all the people around need to see what happened to them. And their genes need to leave the gene pool, which I don't know if you kill them or what. And I'm talking about euthanasia basically at that point. Because at that point, it's like your community's never going to work with this guy again. Most people will fucking actively try to kill him or something like that. Why don't we just basically... You know, why don't we just give him the chair like we do murderers? Maybe they think twice. But I'm guessing, and I'm going to guess why this doesn't work. And I'm sure they probably tried it, right? I think a lot of small town villages like to actually hang rapists in third world countries. I think that's a really common thing. They'll also burn you at the stake. If you're a rapist in a small town, like a small village and stuff in foreign cultures, they either hang you from a tree or burn you. I've seen it before. And it's terrible. I've seen it before on death videos and stuff. It's fucking terrible what they do to rapists in small countries. So, like, you know, it's not terrible. It's just, you know, I mean, but like, it's horrific to witness it. It's horrific to witness what they do to rapists in small countries. But I mean, I think the community needs to see it. The victims need to see that person's been destroyed and turned and reduced to ash. And the community needs to see that the rape is not incentivized. It's not a crapshoot whether or not you're going to be prosecuted for it. It is probably it is a death sentence that you impose on yourself. What else will fucking stop these guys from doing this? And I think it was kind of like this in America up until like 1910. If they caught you raping some girl in an old Western town, they probably would just hung you at high noon. They would probably just hang you. They can't keep you in the community. They probably just hang you. They probably shoot your ass and hang you or whatever. They probably shoot you on the scene and then they string you up and they hang you right there in town square. Probably in every town in the old West, you know, they probably, like, rape was probably dealt with hanging, frankly. They probably hung you from the tree before the end of the day, like they do horse thieves, because they can't have that in their community. It just isn't safe for the women. How are you going to have safety for the women with that? You can't. So, like, how do we do? I think we have to go back to that. I think it's either we give the community their justice, which is a bad answer. You can't do that. That's anarchy that can't happen in a shop like America. We can't let the community take care of the rapists. That's not going to work. We can't have Batmans. We can't have, you know, what do they call, vigilantes or whatever. So what do we do to actually de-incentivize this 139,815 rapes? It's gotta be something like hang them for a few years, for like 5 years. We understand that you guys seem to think that you can just keep doing this because you may not face actual prosecution for whatever reason. No, we're gonna let them hang you pretty much like within a week of that conviction. You're gonna fucking hang. And hanging isn't fun. You break your neck and you die. I'd like hanging or a chair. I don't want to do the chair. I think the chair is traumatic for the people who have to do the chair. I think hanging is probably a better fucking offense for rapists than murder than fucking 20 years is. Because that rapist can't enter the community again, not safely, not without somebody maybe killing them. And then on top of it, like, in the modern age, it's not like that because you can't just kill somebody, you know, you can't without facing jail time. But it wasn't like that until it only started being like that around like 1905 or something, around like World War I. But yeah, it used to probably be socially acceptable to hang a rapist right on your fucking land or plantation or whatever it is. Like the cops probably wouldn't fuck with you if you're like, just like, nah, this guy was raping the women, so we found out, we strung his ass up, and we have all these witnesses and stuff, and we have the complaints and the bruises on the women and stuff. We saw what he was doing, and we hung his ass, and that probably was socially acceptable up until like 1880 or something like that. For millions of years, it was socially acceptable, I think, to hang rapists. I think that was actually what most kings did to them for, like, you know, for a time immemorial. You get either the axe or the fucking noose. I'm fairly sure they don't want that in the community. I think that's how Britain dealt with them. You went to the dungeon and you fucking hung. I'm fairly sure that they would hang them by the droves. You know, they hang them 5 or 10 at a time too, because they're pulling in 5 or 10 a day. It's fucking crazy. Men are bad. Like, they're not bad all over. They're not like bad universally. They're just men have bad natures. You know, not all men, but like a lot of men have bad natures. It's just a fact of life. It is. A lot of men have bad natures. They have murderous and rapacious natures and dominating natures, and they don't know how to control themselves, and they get out of hand, and they rape in their culture and stuff, and they get away with it because they run and they hide, or they use lawyers, or they use tricks, or maybe they have a complication or some kind of fucking, you know, get off on a technicality or something like that. That happens a lot too. So we have to show them something. I don't know what it is. It's not death, and it's not hanging, and it's not torture, and I don't think it's 20 years in jail, because that's like saying, hey, you rape somebody, you get three fucking square meals a day for the next 50 years. You never have to worry again, and all you had to do was rape somebody. It's disgusting. It's like jail in some ways to some of these people. It's like a reward for their crime. It is. It's like a reward. Like out on the streets, they don't have any friends, no connections, they don't have any power or anything like that, no sex, nothing. But in the prison, they're like little fiefdom kings. And they're like, you know, they're like rapey up in the prison, you know, and that's what they're in there for. And that stuff, that culture, it's almost like it fucking glorifies it. It is. It's almost like it's glorified now. So what do? We have to scare them for a few years, and we scare them, but we also go back to being humans again. We spare the rod, spoil the child kind of thing, and we say, for about 5 years here, we don't plan to do this forever because it's just like cruel and for everyone involved, but for about 5 years here, if you catch a rape charge in America, we're just going to hang you like 3 days after you're convicted, you know? You don't get to say goodbye to anybody or anything like that. You don't get the normal rights the prisoners get. You're just on a quick fucking, you know, you're on a fucking, you know, nexus pass to the fucking noose. Probably the noose, honestly. It needs to be something that scares them. I'm not sure the chair actually scares them because they know that they're just like not feeling anything. They're being shocked to death. They're not going to feel that. But the noose it scares men. Maybe we bring the noose back for rapists, maybe. And normally I would say I don't want to brutalize criminals like that. But it is obvious with numbers like 139,815 rapes in the year 2019 that we do not have a handle on this. We have absolutely not stopped this. It is a terrible problem that is raging out of control. And we do need some way to de-incentivize fucking massive rape numbers. I don't know what to do about that. It's a terrible problem, and nobody ever talks about it, I don't think. Most of the country's most terrible problems, almost nobody ever talks about. They'd rather talk about P. Diddy and that one time that the news cared about it.
Like the dirty...
You know? Whatever. Sorry,
it's most like expert propaganda we can out there, which, okay, insane to say on camera. A camera I think you know is there. That's why.
Yeah, like why would you say that on camera, you idiot? He was so dumb. Like they kept saying he was dumb, and I kind of questioned. I was like, can he be as dumb as they say he is? And he constantly fucking videotaped every crime he committed. He must have videotaped like 20,000 crimes. He's so stupid. They're gonna go after him for like 200 of them or something.
I just had this question in my head.
Who the fuck videotapes their crimes? I'll tell you, criminals that go to jail for life. That's who.
Like, how did they get this footage? Turns out that Diddy was making a documentary. And he had started recording everything because this...
Why would you make a documentary if you're Diddy? That's like basically bragging. That's like bragging that you did this.
Documentary was going to be about...
Of course he did it.
His comeback, right? So he's like covering everything himself. Recording everything himself so he has his point of view out there, right? So then he was gonna make a documentary. He thought he was gonna beat everything and then make a documentary, release that documentary, and then get everyone on his side again. And
like that's so cringe that he fucking documented his own fall with an intention of it being like this redemption fucking documentary.
And now
it is so cringe. It's like, who does this stupid shit? Crazy rich people. They're so dumb and crazy like this. I hate them so much.
Ask yourself.
I struggle with my bias towards rich people. I do it every day. I think about that stupid ass Bible quote. I'm like, camel passing through the eye of a needle, rich man in heaven, etc. And I'm like, even the biblical fucking shit is against it. It's like, I don't know, man. I struggle with my bias with rich people. They say, turn the other cheek. You know, I have a bad bias for fucking rich people. I don't really like rich people. I don't. I've got a bad, it's obvious. I don't like software developers either. They say turn the other cheek. I think it would be wise if I just let those biases go and be like, well, the world can't be a perfect place. There has to be bad entities. And apparently that's software developers, politicians, and musicians.
How did 50 come into the possession of Diddy's footage for Diddy's documentary about Diddy?
Like what? Yeah, like it's like that meme, like it's like the Pepe Silvia. So it is literally the Pepe Silvio thing. Yeah, how did 50 Cent get that footage? Just because the cameraman that Diddy paid to film his documentary, he shortchanged him and didn't pay him for the fucking time that he fucking recorded. So the cameraman just sold it to the highest bidder, which is what you would do too. You'd be like, well, this guy's fucking me, so I'm just going to sell this to Vanity Fair then. They'll pay me $100,000 if you won't, you fucking idiot. And he is that dumb. He's that dumb. He paid a photographer to fucking document his downfall. And then he didn't pay the photographer, which is comedic gold. There's so much comedic gold in this case. This is the dumbest man in history, perhaps. Maybe dumber than Hitler. He really is that fucking dumb. He's so dumb. He does stupid ass shit. How the fuck do you pay a photographer to film he's right about this, film a documentary about you after you've been convicted for, you know, essentially sex trafficking and RICO and being a really bad man, and then you don't pay the photographer because you're a really bad man and you got to pay your lawyers, so the photographer just sells your shit to your worst enemy? You didn't think about that move? You don't think that maybe you just ripped off the photographer so he knows he's seeing all these memes on TikTok of fucking 50 Cent talking about how there's no seat on that bike. And he's like, well, if there was somebody who would be interested in buying this fucking video of Sean John crying to his lawyers, because Sean John won't pay me, the photographer of his fucking documentary, then maybe I'll just go sell it to 50 Cent for $1 million. And 50 Cent goes, wait. You've got a fucking video of fucking Sean John crying to his lawyers? We're going to put it in the documentary. Will you sell it to me? And they're like, yeah, and we know you want this. How about a $500,000? And 50 Cent was like, sold! Yeah, I know he was, because he's thinking about the millions of dollars that he can make with this documentary. So he's just like, well, he's not thinking about that. I don't think he cares about the money. I don't think he needs it. He doesn't need that money from the documentary. So it's more about like, oh my God, the clouds parted and all the fucking like, all the birds started chirping and stuff. And God herself smiled on the chances of 50 Cent getting a hold of the most sensitive information that Diddy could have possibly given him. And it's because you're a crumb bum who has $1 billion but won't pay your photographer. That's rich people for you. I'm not going to say something nasty about my mother, but something about her I will say is she doesn't really totally understand what it takes to put a retail person in front of you to get them there to even be able to help you. That means that, you know, parents had to have sex and have a child, and the child had to mature and get education and food and water and love in a village to raise it, and then eventually it graduated and took a dead-end job, and now this child is standing in front of you at the age of like 19. It has pimples because it works at a Taco Bell. And you shouldn't treat them like garbage just because you have money. Because that person, if you minimalize them, they will become the most powerful person in the society. That's how mankind works. If you minimalize the homeless, they will take over. They will fill the streets with homelessness. That's what happens. If you minimalize them, if you marginalize anybody, they take over. They pretty much take over. It's how it works. If you make somebody an underdog, the whole world sees that they're an underdog and sees them favorably, and their chances improve. This is how it works with bully target, you know, when bullies target people. So it's sort of weird. It's weird for Pete Diddy to pretty much incentivize somebody that he's obviously ripped off to go sell this sensitive information to the person in the world who hates him most. It's so clownishly bad.
Himself, but then he took that documentary Apparently,
he played himself in the actual sense of the term. It's like, you played yourself, sucker. You full-blown recorded every crime you ever did, you fucking idiot. Even the trampling crime, they had terrible footage of it, where he like basically neglected like the fire marshal's security and stuff, like the scumbag, concert producers always do. He was a scumbag producer, so he neglected the fire marshal rules or whatever it was he did, and at the age of like 18, he got 9 people killed. 9 people got trampled at his show, like Travis Scott. Probably worse than Travis Scott, honestly. How many people died at the Travis Scott thing? Look how bad they treated Travis Scott about that. And think about how we don't even think about what Diddy did with the 9 people that got trampled at his 18. He was like 18 years old. He was throwing a free concert for all of the Bronx or whatever it was, or all of Harlem. Who the fuck is 18 years old throwing a fucking free concert for all of Harlem and getting 9 people trampled to death? Who was this man's handler? How many people died? It was like 10. So yeah, P. Diddy pulled a Travis Scott when he was 18 years old. I think Travis Scott's got more of an excuse than that. Like I don't know, like if you're a concert promoter and you're young, you should be terrified that they might trample each other. You should be really, really worried about that. You should have exit scenarios and ways to stop it. You should be thinking about like that. He wasn't thinking about that. He got 9 poor people from Harlem fucking trampled at this free concert he did when he was like 18. And it's like, man, did you really need to kill 10 people by the age of 18? Jesus fucking Christ. How evil are you? The story just keeps going on. There's those people he got trampled. There's the Travis Scott incident. There's the he killed Biggie and Tupac thing with fucking East Side Blood Crips or whatever fucking deal they were. They're like these East Side Crips from fucking New York or whatever who ace you inside of an hour when paid $1 million and just full blown like syndicate assassins basically. All this crazy ass shit. It just gets crazier and crazier and crazier. Then he pisses off his photographer, who immediately goes to 50 Cent and gives his worst enemy the best ammo he possibly ever could have had. When I turned on the documentary, it was such a shock. I was like, why am I seeing Diddy's personal life on 50 Cent's documentary? And my mom was like walking in. I was like, look at this. And we stare at Sean John as he cries to his lawyer. And he's like, I'm going to hang down this phone. And when I hang up the phone, you're going to figure out how to get me out of this child sex charge and the 80 other charges I'm facing.
Diddy did go to jail.
Do you think Trump goes through moments like this where he hangs up the phone and he's like, I'm going to hang up this phone. I'm going to go back to being a fascist. And if you don't fucking figure out how to get me out of these 240 goddamn court cases, I'm firing the whole lot of you. I swear to God, Trump probably does that every day. That's probably Wednesday for Trump, Trump probably wakes up in the morning, he's like, fuck, I got to yell at the lawyers again and fire 2 of them. And, and this one's this one's off in Cayman Islands doing something or whatever. They're all criminals. His lawyers are all criminals. It's hilarious. We've seen this from Legal Eagle so much. Fucking Trump. Okay, Legal Eagle literally did like a most wanted list for all of Trump's lawyers because they're all fucking criminals. They're all criminals with tons of rap sheets and stuff. And they're all liars. They're all like confirmed liars on camera. It's so dumb. It's just like, man, and like some of them, like Alina Habba or whatever, are sinking his fucking like, or whatever, like all of his incompetent people are sinking him slowly and he knows it. So every once in a while he probably threatens to fire them. Probably every 16 hours or so he probably calls up his whole team of avaricious, crazy lawyers and he's like, have you figured out how to solve it? Like, just like P. Diddy. He's like, have you figured out how to solve the 240 cases yet? And they're like, no, we have not figured out how, we have not figured out how to, there's this hilarious Simpsons joke about this where they're like, have you figured out how to solve the 19 stab wounds in the back? And they're like, we're up to 15. We're not there yet, but we're up to 15. We can scientifically solve 15 stab wounds in the back, but we can't do 19 yet. We can't save Mr. Burns. It's like, how do you solve 19 stab wounds in the back? And they're like, hey, gentlemen, you know, they do this joke about the future, and they show Mr. Burns, and there's Mr. Smithers trying to resurrect him again, and he's like, oh my God, like Mr. Burns died when somebody stabbed him in the back 19 times, and it's like, and now we spent 25 years trying to figure out the scientific cure for 19 stab wounds in the fucking back. And there is none. There's no cure for that. You can't get out of it. It's 19 stab wounds in the fucking back. But you can see how a rich person who gets stabbed in the back 19 times because they're a rich asshole, they might actually be really interested in trying to stave off that mortality ending, you know? How do you solve 19 stab wounds in the fucking back? I love The Simpsons because that was such an intelligent joke about how rich people actually think. They think they're going to freeze their bodies and somehow live through the next coming of Jesus or whatever for 5,000 years or whatever it is. So that's what Walt Disney did. They're so fucking stupid. They freeze themselves occasionally, and we find out about it in the world press when the fucking reporters start making fun of how crazy they are. They're like, yeah, Walt Disney froze his corpse and it's up in that fucking mansion of his, and man, you know, that's in Walt Disney World. You know, his corpse is in Walt Disney World, and they freeze it. They're trying to figure out 19 stab wounds in the back. How do you cure that? That was The Simpsons making fun of Disney or whatever. It was so dumb. And like, so now, you know, you can see Donald Trump, and I can see P. Diddy do it. P. Diddy was doing that at the beginning of the documentary. He's like praying his lawyers can fix the 75 court cases he's facing. And I'm fairly sure Donald Trump calls up Alina Habba every day or whatever, threatens to fire the whole fucking lot of them, and asks them if they've solved the scientific cure for 240 fucking felony cases. And they just go, oh, Trump, are you firing us again? And he's like, yeah, I'm firing you. You don't have a solution to 240 felony cases, and then when I'm out of office, I'm out of office. That means they're coming for me. And I swear to God, he probably has this conversation with them every 36 hours, and he's like, I heard you talking in the press again, and I don't want to hear that again. And they're like, what you said we could say that or whatever, and they have a big fight, and he's like, I'm gonna fire the whole lot of you. And they're like, no sir, you have 240 felony cases, what are you gonna do without us? And he's like, oh, I hate you so much. And I love this shit. I swear to God, P. Diddy and Trump, they're like the same fucking person with the same habits and the same problems. They're so shitty. There's Trump's whole thing is gonna come down like P. Diddy's too, and they're gonna find out all the rape and all the problems and all the shit he concealed and all the stuff he's done. It's gonna be fucking crazy, and I can't believe it hasn't come out yet. It's because the files, he has the power to conceal the files in the fucking government feds dossier on Donald Trump. He has the power to actually block them from fucking looking at him. He actually has that power. I don't know why we give him that power, but he does. He has that power to just say, nope, I'm a president, you can't bust me for felonies. And he can just walk right out of the fucking court case, out of the courtroom. We watched him do it. They busted him for 34 felonies for suborning a fucking election or whatever it is he did, lying about election steal or whatever it is he did that they're pissed off him about. They fucking convicted him of a bunch of election fraud and trying to steal an election and shit. And they busted him for 34 felonies. Now that's usually like 34 lifetimes in jail. You know, one felony is usually at least 5 years, you know, but fucking 200 or whatever he's at, 34 or whatever it was, 34 felonies is so many years in jail. It's such a weird, crazy fuck move that I swear to God, he probably does pick up his phone, call his lawyers every morning when he wakes up from his KFC fucking itis or whatever, and he's like, oh my God, you haven't found a solution to 240 felony cases yet, have you? And then Alina Habba's like, no sir, we're not competent, you know we aren't. And he's like, God damn it, I'm gonna fire you, you're fired. And they're like, oh sir, like I'm the apprentice, are we in the apprentice right now? And he's like, you're fired. And then they're like, and they all have a good laugh because they're like, oh, you know we don't have a solution to 240 felony cases. There's no solution to that. That's lifetime in a courtroom. It's not lifetime in jail. It's lifetime in a courtroom. These fucking clowns, they're such clowns. When Trump falls, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna make my stream so good. It's gonna be so good when he actually falls. It's gonna be so funny.
And then he couldn't pay the cameraman.
yeah, it's like and Trump does this stupid shit too. Trump had a fucking real aggro with the underground people because he wouldn't pay for fucking sprinklers in Trump Tower, and that did cause 3 deaths. If you want to lay some deaths on him, you can. You can lay some negligent deaths on him. He's a slumlord. You absolutely can. Like, there's people have been talking about that, and it's like, you know, you can lay negligent deaths on this man. He's not a good man, you know? Maybe that's a rumor. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I'm fairly sure he did fucking, like, welch on paying for those fucking sprinklers in Trump Tower. That's a thing I've heard a lot. That's something that they really probably paid a lot of money to keep out of the election cycle news. Was that, yeah, like, you know, if you want a reason as a Christian to hate him for real, like, biblical reasons, this man caused the negligent death of, as I recall, it was like 3, he definitely harmed like 5 or 10 people, but he got 3 people burned alive in Trump Tower due to the fact that he just didn't install water. He didn't install water sprinklers in Trump Tower. Did Trump install water sprinklers in Trump Tower? Shall we Google it? I don't know if this is true, but I've heard this rumor so much from the fucking WoW Underground and shit. I've heard this rumor so many times. Did Trump install sprinklers in Trump Tower? I can't believe I'm typing this in because I've never actually done this, and it's kind of scary to me to do this. But did Trump install sprinklers in Trump Tower? No, Donald Trump did not install sprinklers on the residential floors of Trump Tower, as they weren't required when it was built in the 1980s, and he's a slumlord. And because they didn't require him to do it, he didn't do it. And they lobbied against it, and they fought him, and he fought them, and he did the slumlord thing, and they just walked away from him. And yeah, in 2018, a fire on a non-sprinklered residential floor highlighted this. Led to some deaths, or I don't know if it led to some deaths, but it did like the tower burned. No, yeah, a resident did die. And in 2018, a fire on the 50th floor in 2018 where a resident died drew attention to the lack of sprinklers on residential floors. How a Christian can fucking sleep at night after fucking knowing this about Donald Trump. And this is Donald Trump. He was like lobbying against them putting sprinklers in a residential skyscraper. He was like lobbying against it. How death cult do you need him to be? This man, on top of it, he was paying some dude to wipe his ass while he was doing it too. Like, you know, he's just, you know, it's just crazy. It's like, you know, yeah. And this was not a rumor. No, this was confirmed. I was like, no, I think I checked this one and it was real. Yeah, this was real. Like, he fucking killed somebody in Trump Tower with his negligence and shit. You want a Christian reason to fucking hate him? He's a negligent homicide guy. It wasn't murder. It was negligent homicide. That's a different thing. That's when your depraved indifference causes the death of another fucking human being. I chose my words carefully because that's how the law defines it. You know, it is the depraved, and that's how a lawyer will say it. It's the depraved indifference of another human being's life. That's what he's fucking guilty of. They won't prosecute him because they can't look at him. He won't let them. He has the power to say, you can't look at me, not until the fucking presidency is over. And he's right. They can't. Why we let that happen is just a fucking joke, or they could get him for this. I mean, he lobbied against the retrofit of the fucking older buildings. He wanted them to burn alive. He did not care what happened to them. It's a slumlord. And if you can't hate him for this, like I hate him for that, then look at all the other reasons. The many rape trials, the many fucking felonies, the fucking, you know, how do you guys support that piece of shit? Whatever.
So then 50 was like, I'll pay the cameraman.
I'll pay the cameraman. And this is how funny like 50 Cent actually is. He's just like, well, I have money. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. But not if you're P. Diddy. You just don't pay anybody at all. But I mean, anybody else could just go buy that video from the cameraman and make a $1 million documentary. And it was a really brilliant way to start the documentary. Shots were fired, and I knew my time was invested in the right place. The second I saw P. Diddy crying to his lawyers, I was like, oh my God, my faith in Fiddy is fucking, like, it is proper. It's right. It is. My faith in Fiddy is good. It's good. I think it's so good.
And Diddy is such a terrible person. He is such a terrible person that even in the documentary he was making about his comeback, it makes him look so bad that 50 didn't need to edit any of it. He already said on a camera he knew was there. We need to get the dirtiest, like, most filthy expert propaganda we can out there. That was for his documentary. And then 50 took it and he was like, this will do nicely, yeah. This is fantastic. Because I was sitting there, I was like,
this will do nicely.
Also, the other thing happened. So he gets off the phone with his lawyer.
Do you see why Fitty wants to destroy this man? Like, I don't blame him. I would take the shots if I had the ability to as well. I definitely don't like this man. Like, look at what he did.
He's on phone with his team and everything, and then he stands up and he's looking out the window.
He's like, I'm going to jail for 350 years. You can see the thoughts going in his head. He's like, how long are they going to put me in jail? Is it 350 years? I'm facing 75 cases. It's got to be fucking 3,500 years or something crazy. He's like thinking that. Those are the thoughts in his head. He's like, what? How many years are they actually making me face right now? It's like 350.
Like, got to be like 26th floor or something. He's like in like a high rise, and across on the roof of another building, another tall building, but on the roof of another building is just, Diddy is looking out the window to another building, and on top of that building is just the police. I'm not the police. So I don't know exactly how they operate, but that's the first. Usually in a stakeout, they hide. The police are outside Diddy's window on another building, just like.
Fucking clown! How do you get to be such a clown? It's money. Everybody wants money. But look at what money does to you. It does clownify you. Do you want to don the clown nose? I don't know. I think having enough is nice. You know, I think having enough is nice. I think the minute you have too much, you become a human clown like this. The cops don't even bother like hiding. They're just like outside your front house. Sorry, we started having a picnic on your azaleas. We normally hide, but you're P. Diddy. Fucking clown. You're the most known, hated man in the world. Go ahead and run.
Crazy.
They'll probably try and kill you at the airport. The flight stewardess, she'll probably swing on you at the airport. Seriously, it's that funny. Like, if P. Diddy goes to an airport, the stewardess might swing on him. I swear to God, that's how hated this man is. It's that bad. It's that bad. How do you get to be that dumb? It's so dumb. Rape will get you there. Rape and murder and killing people's idols, that'll get you that hated. That's insane. That's biblical levels of evil. It's like you're like ruining people's heroes at that point, like Tupac and shit like this. It's biblically bad how bad he was, but he constantly writes these clown scenarios that make me crack up so bad. Like the cops not bothering to hide outside his front door is almost as funny as 50 Cent's comment about how there's no seat on that bike. God damn it. I didn't expect this to be so funny. I thought it was going to be just child sex and death and loss and victims and stuff. But no, watching this rich man burn has been like the funniest thing I've ever seen. This is the funniest I've ever seen real life be. This clown and this weird circus he's got going around him. It's just weird.
Once again, this is his footage.
This clown and his circus. And it seriously is. It's like this clown and his circus are so dumb.
His footage. That's wild. 50 Cent has been promoting.
For like years, he's been promoting his outright hatred to you on Twitter, and you like let him pay your photographer for your fucking insider fucking documentary where you incriminate yourself for like 5 hours.
This documentary.
Yeah, you're pretty good at crime, Diddy. You're like a crime boss now.
With glee. He's been going.
He's been going on all these interviews with this big smile. His smile is so funny. Watching Fitty smile at all these white reporters is so fucking funny. He's like, "Hey, the day's finally here." They get to the studio and the reporter's like, "Fitty, I gotta tell you, I respect and love you so much for what you did." And he's like, "Yeah." The reporters are treating me nice now. They don't ask me about the crack I sold anymore or whatever, right? And he's like, "Yeah, the reporters like me now," or whatever. And so he's like got that smile on his face. He's like, "Oh my God, I love this reporter. She actually just told me she would have my babies. It's insane."
Because he hates Diddy so much.
Yeah, I hate Diddy so much. I hate Diddy so much. I wasn't in that rap scene, and that might be because of Diddy. It was so hard to fucking come up in the music scene. We tried to do it for 17 years. I mean, I don't know. It was a long time. I started when I was like 13. My band lasted 8 years. My sister band, Zoo Baby, they lasted like 15 years. And my bassist and drummer played with them. And we kind of all put our bet on that band. It was the best band of the lot because they were doing progressive and my band was grunge. And we were good, like Sublime, but we weren't like, we might have been on the radio. We could have been on the radio. We were that good. But we did sound like all the other, ska punk bands of that time, which, was like my thing. I wanted to sound like Nirvana. So I was like, let's sound like Nirvana mixed with Sublime. I told them what I wanted. I was like, I want a band that sounds like Nirvana mixed with Sublime. And they were like, we don't like those bands. We like Radiohead. My band, my guitarist and my drummer and my bassist were all like, no, we like Hendrix and fucking Radiohead and Tool and progressive rock stuff like Genesis and Yes and those are probably way worse bands actually, Gentle Giant or Can or that kind of thing. And they're like, we like progressive, and I was like, oh, I like Nirvana, Stone Temple Pilots, Nine Inch Nails, Fiona Apple, weird shit like that, and Smashing Pumpkins. And they're like, we like all those bands too. Those are great bands, but they're not like good like progressive rock bands. They were right. And my band, it didn't suck. It just wasn't a progressive band that had like a lot of skill being displayed all the time. Like in the Battle of the Bands that they won because they had bagpipes going and stuff because they were a progressive band, and they were playing like real music, and all the other punk bands were just playing punk, so they did well. But they never made it. But being a musician in the scene I was in the scene hardcore for like 8 years, and then I was around ancillary in the scene for like another 7. And after 15 years, my impression of how difficult it is for a talented musician, I knew a whole fucking bunch of them, I would say it's about as hard to escape Guantanamo Bay as it is to, and then the same people block you in the music industry as they do in Guantanamo Bay. It's the same sort of fascists and shit. I would say it is about as hard to break into the music scene now as it is to escape, to escape Gitmo. It's not really something you can do unless you were coached or like Billie Eilish was a plant, an industry plant. We didn't know this, and that's fine. But I mean, they were good. They were good enough. She was good. I love Billie Eilish, but she is an industry plant. She is not like, she is a homeschooled artist kid who was used to music and had a musician brother and all this stuff. That's not stuff that normal musicians might have an advantage with all the time. That is sort of an industry plant sort of thing. So, she was very talented though. She did deserve every dollar she got. And I love Billie Eilish. But, I don't know. It's as hard to do what Billie Eilish did, I think, as it is to breathe oxygen on Mars. You would have to have that much money, that much time, people involved who know the industry, who could get you to the planet and get you breathing oxygen on Mars. And it would be quite a challenge that sometimes we think we can't do. And that's how hard I view it is. After being there for 15 years, I would say it's entirely luck. I would stake my life on it. I would bet my whole life on it. I'd be like, yeah, if this bet was wrong, I would be willing to die. I would stake my life on the fact that it is luck when a musician makes it. I really feel that way. It's soul crushing when you understand it, but it's either an industry plant or luck when a musician makes it. And when you spend 15 years in the scene, you know, 8 direct and then another 7 supporting other musicians and stuff, just being in the scene, like, you begin to understand how fucking hard it is, how many people try and how little make it. And that's okay. That's how show business should be. But the problem is, if musicians are good, there is some societal need for skilled musicians who can just play a show and keep you entertained and make you happy, maybe play at your wedding, stuff like that. There is a societal need for minstrels and bards. There is. But we don't treat them like that. We don't pay them. We don't buy their albums. We don't make sure that they can eat. We don't care unless they're Billie Eilish. We don't care about them. We don't care if they make it or don't make it. We don't care if they starve. We have no sympathy for musicians trying to make it or have it be an art form or change the world or anything like that. And it is a problem. Now, not everybody's a musician. Not everybody can do it. Not everybody can make it. It's like not everybody has that personality or that drive or that charisma, whatever it is. But we sure as hell don't foster the ones who do try. And I would say it is about as hard to breathe oxygen on Mars or go to Mars. I would say it's about as hard to become Billie Eilish as it is to go to Mars and breathe oxygen with your lungs. It's so unlikely. It's possible. You could do it. And lucky people probably could pull something like that off if they spent a lot of time and energy and had an industry plant and thought about like what they were doing and had that thing and the person really wanted it and sang soul songs like Beatles or Billie Eilish and really sold the world. It is possible, but is it gonna happen in your hometown? Is it gonna happen to you? Is it gonna happen even after 15 fucking years? No. And the ones who do make it, they make it because of gimmicks or they stick around so fucking long, and usually it's a gimmick. Like they made like every successful musician that I met in the scene in Denver, and I met some ones like Flowbots and stuff, they use gimmicks to stay there. It's things that people remember, like bagpipes. They'll remember, like Flowbots, I can ride my bikes with no handlebars, and it sounds like a child prattling, so people remember it, right? They use gimmicks like that to escape the fucking prison that obscurity is for burgeoning, or well, not burgeoning, excuse me, but for budding musicians. It's as hard to flap your fucking arms and fly to Mars as it is to become Billie Eilish. It's like insanely hard. It's not something that people can genuinely do. The problem is that's how music was for millions of years. It only stopped being that way the minute we started selling it. We started selling CDs or whatever. You know, we started selling like records, and we started charging $1 for records. And when they saw how much money they can make selling tickets and records to shows and records and merchandise and stuff like this, and the bands and, you know, albums, they realized that they could monetize that, and then they ruined fucking music. And they made it impossible for the really good musicians to be able to be recognized or to reach renown. And if they do, they've got to work all of their fucking life. And who's going to pay them while they do that? Nobody. Nobody will pay a musician to work all of their life. Nobody will do that. It's difficult to do. You can find the commune who will welcome you and make sure you don't starve, but you will never find somebody, unless you've got like a rich person, like a sugar daddy in your fucking pocket who wants you to be Rihanna. You're never going to find somebody who's willing to fund you trying to become a famous musician. This is one of the reasons why I put crappy ass music like what I put on YouTube, right? I don't care what people think of my stuff. I really don't. I did Trouble Travels in Threes badly on purpose, and this song matters to me a great deal. Actually, it was my first song as a solo artist, and it has 325 views, and I love this song. You know, I love this song. It's a great song, but I made it bad on purpose. Particularly because I don't want Clear Channel shitheads fucking finding me. I don't want them blowing me up like Billie Eilish or anything like this. And it's not that I think that I'm this person that has that kind of skill level or charisma or beauty or whatever it takes to have that A factor, that triple A factor or whatever X factor that it takes to become a successful musician. I don't. You can see that I'm stoned like Marshall Mathers. You can see I'm fucking drunk. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm sad. I'm feeling 8 emotions at once, like sorrow, anger, joy, fear, and loathing all at once. And you can see it. So I've got this weird, shitty half smile on my face. That's not stuff they can market. But I did this all on purpose, and I aimed at it, and I knew what it would be, and and I started mumbling because I was like, I don't want you to make me famous. I don't want your money. I don't want your interest. I spent 15 years trying to do that when I was young. I did try, 8 years. Like I tried 8 years in my own band, and then I hung around my sister band for another 7 years past that in the scene, and I helped them make music, and I sang with them, and I drove with them, and I played records in their cars, and I, sat out back and sang guitar with them, played Wish You Were Here when they played it at their shows and stuff like this. I was there in the scene protecting them, trying to be there with them, be a musician in the Denver scene. And, it was like 15 years of my life from the age of 13 until I was, 28, something like that, 27 before I totally gave up on it. And not everybody makes it, but having tried and having actually played venues with 5,000 to 10,000 people before, not like I was doing it successfully. I just competed in battle of the bands and stuff like this with large crowd attendance or my graduation. I played a graduation that was like 5,300 people. And it was fucking crazy. And I played it on the DU Magnus Arena, and they put me on the big jumbo vision, and I sang It's a Wonderful Life for 5,500 people. I'm proud of that moment, but also I never would have done something like that if I thought that it would go anywhere. My main thing is I just want to sing for the people. I don't care. I'm a musician. I like music. You know that I like music. I don't care if anybody buys my music or anything like that. That's not something that I do. This was so long ago when I still had this table and shit. This was like 3 years ago now. But yeah. Listen how bad this is. There's like a baby crying. There's somebody sadly strumming a fucking broken guitar. There's like the broken down trap beat that isn't there yet. There's the mumbling, and I'm sure people think I did this badly because I suck. But no, I did this badly on purpose, and I told my mother, I was like, I don't want them making me famous. I don't want to be P. Diddy. I don't want them making me famous. I don't. I'm okay with them thinking that I'm some fat fucking slob who talks too much, who weighs 400 pounds, who gets stoned too much, who's lazy, who's a piece of shit basement dweller, who only plays video games all day and does nothing. I would prefer if that's what they thought I was. That's fine. That's totally fine. That's what they think I am. That's probably what I am. But I mean, overall though, if that's their takeaway, I want that. It's weird. No other artist wants that. I don't know why I want it, but I do want it. I want my anonymity. I don't want them blowing me out of the water. I don't want them thinking I'm special and doing something to me or taking me someplace I don't want to go. I like the little niche I'm in. I like being a fucking antisocial asshole who only has 5 friends, and I'm just this weird person, I'm a weird person. I got a weird style, and one might think that this was a mistake, but no, I did all of this on purpose. My mother was like, I can't hear you. First thing she said, she was like, I can't hear you. And I was like, good. Fucking good. That's what I was aiming for. She was like, why? I was like, you were trying to do Acapulco or whatever? I was like, no, I don't want them. I don't want humans. I tell her all the time, I'm like, I don't want humans. I don't want humans in my business. So I don't want it sounding good. I don't want it sounding like the fucking radio. I think only autistic people with broken brains could ever think this music sounds good. That's because I did it like that. I made it like that. I wanted it like that. I made it like that. I made it like that. I bought it like that. You whack MCs. Now, the actual subject content itself is some of the best shit I ever wrote. which is as I grow more mature and I begin to see the world around us for what the fuck it is, I realized that I wasn't the only winner here. There were other greater fools. I got so used to seeing people give up at the first sign of trouble. As I grow better, stronger, I note with heavy regret and sorrow that trouble travels in threes. If you ought to want to give up at the first sign of trouble, insurmountable odds, violence, greed, or worse, a loss of that which you care most about, be it for the win or otherwise, you now have a sickness that I feel only the positivity and kindness of those around you could ever possibly cure. Telling the others on this battlefield of life that they've lost already is the worst sickness known to man. It rivals cancer. It rivals fucking COVID and shit. It does. It kills people. The hopelessness in this world, it fucking kills people. And I need the world to understand that I'm not the only winner here. All of us are winners. There were other greater fools, and it's the entirety of the rest of the human race. You know, some of them might be muggles that I don't really like or appreciate, but it's like, you know, but I do love them, but my big problem with them is they give up at the first sign of fucking trouble. Like, you know, I do too. I'm way more likely to jump to conclusions like that. But the older I get, the more I'm just like, I want to hear the person talk. I want to hear what they have to say. I'll listen to anybody. I don't care. I don't want to, you know, I don't know. Something about this. I'm hopeful. I don't want to give up on them. I don't want to give up on homeless people. I don't even want to give up on these fucking rapists, frankly. Like, I don't even want to kill them, frankly. I just made an argument out of one side of my mouth where I was like, we should kill all the rapists because there's 160,000 rapes every year in this country, and it seems like we are not de-incentivizing it enough where it actually stops them from doing all of it. Pretty much, I think they're doing all the rape that they would normally do if we just did nothing at all. I really do think so. So I was like, how do we de-incentivize that? And I was like, I don't know. It's a weird fucked up thing, but I was like sitting there just thinking about it because it's like, how do you stop that? I don't think most people think about problems. That I think they don't care. They just give up. I actually sat there and thought for like a while, like, how do I stop the rape crisis in America? I don't see leaders talking about stuff like this. We need to. That number is so extremely high. We got to do something about that. It's not some alarmist thing that the AP is saying to scare us about trans. There is 160,000 cases of rape convicted in this country every year. What do? You can't kill them, but you do have to stop them from doing it. How do you stop that? It's the same thing as school shooters. You can't kill them before they act out. So how do you stop that? I don't know, but these insurmountable problems, we do need to apply our brains to it and not give up at the first sign of trouble. We do need to actually try and think our ways through these problems. They can be solved.
He hate Diddy. You think you hate stuff. You do. You think
I
you
think
hate
I hate
things.
stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
hate Diddy. I hate Diddy because I feel that it was difficult in Denver for a young, talented, and I knew so many. My drummer is so fucking talented. Yeah, I thought he was better than Gene Krupa. My drummer did more drumming than Gene Krupa. Like, he was playing for 5 bands. He was so fucking good. He's still fucking probably the best drummer in Denver. And he was playing in like so many different bands as a studio session guy because he can just be brought in to play with any band. He's that fucking good. I loved my drummer to fucking death, and he never did anything wrong to me ever. We're like brothers and shit. I never ever see him. It's been 30 years now or something, 20 years. But I love my drummer to fucking death. That's WD. He's one of my best friends. So shit, I'd die for him. I'd take a bullet for him. I love my fucking drummer. I really do. Haven't seen him in 30 years. He played in 60 bands. He tried so fucking hard. I watched him try for 35 fucking years. I watched him go to college radio stations. I watched him flirt with DJs. I watched him play weddings. The motherfucker put his entire life into that drum set for fucking 30 years. I watched him do it or something like that. I mean, not 30 years, but I watched him do it from the age of like 14 until I was like, I don't know, 34 or something like that. It was like 20 years. It was like watching him. He just hugged those drums, rode them into the fucking future. It was his job, his life, everything. He was making a living, just barely. And I watched the most talented drummer I've ever heard in my fucking life. And I've heard a lot of fucking albums. You know, I've heard a lot of albums, a lot of records and stuff. A lot of Gene Krupa, a lot of big band, a lot of real drummers, a lot of Can, a lot of fucking crazy progressive rock drummers. But not like my drummer. You understand? Not like my drummer. Not like him, no. So, and I watched how hard he tried for fucking 30 years, and I couldn't be around him anymore because it's like as hard to escape Gitmo as it is to become a fucking successful musician. That has to change. Music is an extremely important art form to the future of the mankind's success in the human race, you know? It is. We have to pay musicians. I don't know how to do that. It's a terrible, terrible problem, but we do. We have to pay musicians a living wage that they can actually like learn and do their art form with, but not P. Diddy money where they're bribing 15-year-old hookers to become fucking pop stars. I'm not doing that. I don't want that from them. You know, I would rather just that P. Diddy made like 60 grand a year. It's some government subsidy or something to produce rap in the hip hop scene. So it's an industry and a life form that doesn't die. Like the R&B and hip hop doesn't die. Man like that could do a lot of business for a fucking, like that. But he's a child rapist because he has too much goddamn money. When they get too much money, they start raping children. It's disgusting.
No, not as much as 50 hates Diddy.
No, he's not alone. Like some of us are personifying Diddy as pretty much the day that the music died. You understand how much hatred that actually is? Diddy is like the day that the music died that Don McLean sang about in that fucking song. Diddy is the day that the music died. And that's not too good. Diddy's the day that music died, and we're fucking furious at him. He fucking destroyed so many good artists. Like, my favorite rapper, almost, is Kid Cudi, and he destroyed Kid Cudi. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him and his stupid, worthless ass.
Oh.
Kid Cudi has saved my life. That album, Man on the Moon, that album saved my life in some of the darker times of my fucking life. I put it on and I was like, this album is the only reason why I'm still going and stuff. I love Kid Cudi and fucking P. Diddy ruined Kid Cudi. Just ruined his career, ruined his outlook, ruined the positivity in his music, ruined who he was, I would say. And it was like a outer frontal thing. It was an attack on his girlfriend. It was an attack on his life. It was the same exact shit that happened to me. Some crazy person that I've never wronged decided that they were just going to teach me a fucking lesson or something, and that's exactly what P. Diddy does. And I fucking hate P. Diddy. It's almost personal for me because the artists that he ruined are all my favorite artists.
I hate sexism. You haven't even met sexism if you compare it to how much 50 hates Diddy. No, I hate olives. You love olives compared to how much 50 hates Diddy.
Yeah, like I do hate. I personify P. Diddy as the reason that we had Clear Channel, the reason that the tickets are $500, the reason that MTV died, the reason that the fucking rap died, the reason that the fucking bougie became a fucking thing, the reason that girls that I loved, that I would have married, were addicted to heroin because the club scene got out of hand because they started thinking that club bangers were better than rap. Club bangers aren't better than fucking rap. It's not common to have a really truly crazy booty shaking fucking club banger. It's not common. It's hard to get. They're not singles that you can pull out of your fucking ass every single day. He thought he could, so he tried, and he made pop way fucking worse. He made pop and rap way the fuck worse. So did fucking Ja Rule. So did all these shitheads who fucking came out of the East Coast who had no idea what rap was. No idea what it was. Never even listened to Grandmaster Flash, probably. I had no idea. They had no idea. I have no idea how they have no idea who Grandmaster Flash is, but I guarantee it, they probably don't. They're like, you can tell that their tastes are so bad. They're listening to whatever the top 40 is, and they want to mimic that. Top 40 sucks. It fucking sucks. When was the last time that rap was good on Top 40? It would have been... Never. Like, I guess Lil Wayne and Nelly on 107.5 or whatever for about 10 years there, from I don't know, 2004 to 2014. You could say it was at least acceptable because we could shake our rump to it at the club. You know, you could say it was acceptable, but I wouldn't say the music was amazing. No. Like, I like Lil Wayne. I think he was amazing later, but his stuff on the radio when he started was not. It was the same sort of club banger stuff that made P. Diddy suck, you know? And so now I do blame them for a lot of stuff. I blame them for iHeartRadio and what it did to our country. I blame them for MTV dying. I blame them for some of the music on Disney dying. I blame them for rap becoming dry. I blame them for their weird, crazy rock style, like their rock, like his rock star lifestyle. I swear to God, it was like this crazy revelation for all these older rock stars who didn't think that they could get away with that kind of behavior. But I swear to God, after people saw P. Diddy behaving like P. Diddy, we had Bowie die, we had Prince die, we had all these fucking people, Michael Jackson die to fucking fentanyl and shit like that. That's because people like P. Diddy were partying on fentanyl in fucking Bronx. You know, then they learned from people like that. And we lost heroes. We lost people to fentanyl. We lost David Bowie to fucking fentanyl. You know what I'm saying? Probably because fucking stupid ass P. Diddy probably like introduced him to it. I swear to God. And there's other shit like codeine that wrecked Lil Wayne's voice. You know, there's just shit that's happened. You know, like there's stuff that's happened in these scenes that isn't so good. Their codeine addictions and shit. They don't talk about that, but that scissor and shit that they drink, that shit kills people. That codeine shit, that will cause overdoses, and it does. And it does kill. It kills rappers and shit. Codeine will kill people. Does codeine kill people? You wouldn't think so, but it does. Does codeine kill people sometimes? Does scissor kill people, right? I'm pretty sure it does. Like, I'm pretty sure it does. It'll stop your fucking heart. It's like a large dose of Xanax, basically. It stops your heart. It's like Valium, basically. Yeah, Scissorp is deadly, and they're out there talking about like today I played that fucking terrible song I'm On One, and I know how bad that song is, and I know how bad Drake is, and I know how bad all those people are, and I know how fucking cheesy they are, and they're on there like throwing a hook, like, you know, could be purple, it could be pink, could be purple, or you know, two white cuss and I got my drink, could be purple, could be pink. That shit kills people, and that's right in the goddamn chorus line. He put it in the chorus line. Scissorp kills people, and he put it in the chorus line. That shit isn't good for our fucking community, and I'm starting to really understand it. That's cause of P. Diddy. He like that shit. None of that shit was cool till P. Diddy did it. And then they all thought it was cool to act bougie and drugged out and fucking stupid. And I swear to God, that did kill a bunch of rock stars. It was a terrible attitude. You cannot be doped up on your, like, out of your gills on Xanax and fucking Scissorp and still do cocaine without expecting a terrible, terrible come down, or perhaps death, or maybe you swallow your own vomit or something like this. Fucking any gonzo would actually know that shit, but these rappers don't know shit about being fucking gonzo. They just, I mean, I think, you know, I think, what's his name? The little Republican kid. I can't think of his name. He died, you know. Mac Miller? I think Mac Miller was a gonzo. None of those other fucking rappers were gonzo. I think, well, Weekend is gonzo. Like, actually gonzo. Like appropriate enough to do drugs like fucking Hunter S. Thompson. He's appropriate enough with it. He's like actually gonzo like Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp was gonzo. You might not think he was, but Johnny Depp did an inordinate amount of drugs for like 30 years and still produced like 30 of our best movies or whatever, even if he was a white beater or whatever the fuck he was. Maybe a rapist even. We don't know. He did produce like 30 of our best fucking movies though, and he did this when he was incredibly fucking high, and like, you know, that's gonzo. That's when you can do 10 drugs at once and still go be Jack Sparrow. You're gonzo. You can actually handle it. These rappers are not fucking gonzo. Lil Wayne is, I don't know, maybe Lil Wayne's gonzo. I've never met the man, but most gonzos that I know would never be caught dead with a fucking cocaine possession charge. You just wouldn't leave the house with it. Why would you ever leave the house with cocaine? That's just begging to catch a 5-year sentence. Cocaine is for doing with your friends in your bathroom. It's not for leaving the house with and catching a 5-year bid in Dannemora or whatever happened to Lil Wayne. It's like, these are the people that I fucking idolized for 20 years. We've been on this shit for 8 hours now. I've been talking about, these are my heroes, they're dead now. It was like, I haven't played video games today because it's kind of like a crazy epiphany day for me. All of my fucking heroes were assholes. They were either junkies, rapists, or fucking killers, one of the three. And they killed themselves, they killed others, or they got others killed. And I'm sorry, but these were the heroes I fucking venerated. I'm done with hero worship. I'm done with it. Especially musicians. Musicians, if they're paid too much money, they're fucking assholes. Look at P. Diddy.
for how much 50.
Look at Jay-Z. Look at, they're fucking assholes.
Hates Diddy. He hates his. First of all, he hates some episodes. He hates this man.
It's an episode. His hatred is episodic. Yeah.
Episode after episode, he hates him enough to get good footage. Narrative stringing footage. Complete through line footage.
Oh my God.
Never before seen footage.
Yeah, I was amazed by it, frankly.
And he hates this dude. He's been promoting. He's been going everywhere, going on talk shows, everything.
It's not hate. It's this thing about that boy ain't right. Right? It's that thing. I think for Fitty, it's the fact that he's gay. I don't even think Fitty's like homophobic, really. It's that he's flaming about it, but he also talks about bitches and hoes in his songs, and he has like 5 wives, and he neglects and beats all of them or whatever. And so Fitty hates him, yeah, but it's not hatred. It's this thing about, it's the chickens have come home to roost. If we say that it's okay for you to beat Cassie and not cancel you, then they're going to think all rappers are like that. And that was the point that he made, and he is right about that. And yeah, this is the chickens coming home to roost, and he's loving every second of it. Because you know what? In this fucked up, shitty world, the chickens almost never come home to roost to these shitty rich people. It almost never happens. It's not happening to Donald Trump. He's been convicted of 33 felonies. He walked out of the goddamn fucking courthouse with completely free. No challenge, nothing. They're like, well, he's the president. We can't do anything. And that's right. That is right. So it's just weird, it's just weird that abuse of power in musicians and politicians, it's sickening now, and it's like, to me, it's not hatred. I don't hate these people. They're just other human beings. I don't hate them unless they come and actually try and stab me or shoot me or something like that, or try to fuck with my music or destroy me or try to fuck with my stream or swap me or something like that, right? I don't care who they are or what they do unless they actually fuck with me. And I'm sure Fitty has the same exact attitude, because that's how being a real gangster is. You don't go looking for other problems, because there's too many problems in the world. You'll just get a billion problems. You don't ever go looking for problems as a gangster. It's just this thing. There's these famous songs about it, like, damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Real gangsta-ass motherfuckers can't run fast, and they make jokes about it in the rap song by Ghetto Boys and shit. But I love that song because real gangsta-ass motherfuckers don't run fast. They stand there, they handle their shit, they handle their business, they throw steel or whatever it is they have to do, if that's what's gonna fucking solve it or whatever. But mainly you stand there and you problem solve. It's like you don't run from fucking anything. You just you're just like, well, I control this situation. I'm the strapped up person here who has the power base and the money and the drugs and the fucking supply or whatever, so I control this situation. Anybody who says differently has to deal with the steel, and if you've been there, you would understand it. That drug dealer mentality, it translated to rap. It shouldn't have. Rap was about Grandmaster Flash bitching about, piss in the hallways and stuff. Rap is about people who don't have the means taking dub music that they get for free, that they steal from other musicians and loop in a way where they don't catch a fucking DMCA beef, and then they put somebody else's rhapsody lyrics of complaining about life in the hood, or just telling hood stories or telling hood tales or warning you how to deal with problems in the hood, such as sherming or fucking, like, I don't know, drinking or jealousy or another man's woman or that kind of thing. And that stuff was valuable. The shit about the club was not. And that's weird for Fitty to hate so much as he does, because he is kind of guilty of ushering in that bougie bullshit. He was the main one, actually. But you can see that he's trying to make amends and try to bring things back a bit, because he did play his part in making rap dry and commercial and shitty. Just like P. Diddy, he's almost as bad in a way. So, because I don't think he was on the level of Dr. Dre or Slim Shady or even a Yellow Wolf. I think he was more of a industry plant who came in and started talking about bottles in the club and shorties, just like P. Diddy. So of course he hates P. Diddy, because they have the same vibe, sort of. They come in as industry plants, and they're like trying to be legitimate, but they don't really create the best music.
Goes on all these talk shows. This dude went on.
Dr. Dre did, you know, NWA did, Slim Shady did, even Yellow Wolf did on fucking Slaughterhouse Records and shit. Like I would say was almost a better gangster rapper. I'm just saying, like other people did, but it's, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult in the music scene. A lot of it is stealing. If you can be original, you'll make it. If you're just going to steal like P. Diddy or try to sell bottles in the club like Fitty, you're going to have to come up with a different racket. I think this is that. I think Fitty came up with a different racket now, where he just uses information to blackmail shithead celebrities who think that they've dodged the bullet, but actually haven't. You know?
Now, whatever they're calling it, and
I hope he destroys some other people too, because I think a lot of this guy's crew thinks that they're all gonna skate. I think Jay-Z and fucking Beyonce think that they're gonna skate from this. I don't want them to skate from this. They did some nasty things to Rihanna when she was 15. I don't want them to skate on this.
He's talking. I think he's talking to Ari Melber, and Ari is asking him, you know, just seems like they're having a conversation about like him specifically.
And there's this big smile. Yeah.
Like, do you have any like heroes, people you look up to? And from what I could tell, 50 was basically like, I have people in my life that have accomplished things that I would like to accomplish, but I don't put anyone up on that level.
Me neither.
Like,
I don't. Yeah, like I'm not putting somebody above me anymore. All my life, I thought Kurt Cobain was a better singer than me, and now I don't think so because he's dead. You know, and has been for years and years and years. I don't think he's a better singer than me. I'm alive, you know? And that my view on that changed. I thought that, you know, maybe I could be a Sublime, but I can't because you end up being a junkie and you fucking die. I thought it could be these things. I couldn't, so I sort of gave up. I was like, no, the cost of being a good musician is so high in drug costs and life costs that it's just not something I want to do. I decided. I was like, I don't want to do this because it's like, it means so much drugs to me all the time, and so much like women, and so much time, and so much effort. And I'm a lazy man. That's part of it. Is I'm a lazy man. I don't want to chase it. But the other thing is it's like that commitment. It doesn't usually take you anywhere, and that's not good, you know. And so after that, after I gave up on music, I also stopped doing hero worship to all my dead junkie heroes like Scott Weiland from Stone Temple Pilots, or Chris Cornell from Soundgarden, or fucking Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, or Bradley Nowell from Sublime, or it just goes on. It's fucking Hendrix or Joplin or Morrison was a really, 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 really big singer for me. I know everything the Doors ever did. Doors were really big for me. All my heroes, Dead from Junk. And I swear to God, it took a song called Needle and the Damage Done by fucking the Godfather of Grunge, Neil Young. And it took the Needle and the Damage Done when I was like 29 years old. I heard the Needle and the Damage Done, and I was like, you know, considering going to the needle like my friend L. And then I was like, oh man, I remember this old song about a needle. And I was like, what's that song that I used to listen to when I was like 16? And I was like, oh, it's Neil Young, is it? And I played Needle and the Damage Done, and the you know, the lyrics in this song are fucking fucked up. But I mean, all my heroes took the needle to the grave. All of them almost. Almost all my big heroes took the needle to the fucking grave. It took a living hero, like a living junkie hero, like Neil Young, to explain to me what the Needle and the Damage Done actually was. And you know, this song chokes me up every single fucking time because my life was like this. I had friends like this who were slaves to the needle like this, and they destroyed me by being around them. And the way he sung it always makes me cry. He's like, I caught you knocking at my cellar door. I love you, baby. Can I have some more? Oh, the damage done. I hit the city and I lost my band. That happened to me. I watched the needle take another man. That happened to me too. Gone, gone, the damage done. I sing the song because I love the man. I know that some of you don't understand. Milk blood to keep from running out. I've seen the needle and the damage done. A little part of it in everyone. And this is why I stopped. This is where I got right at the end of this song. He's like, but every chunk is like a setting sun. You know? And I felt that to be a good musician in this scene, with how competitive it is and how hard it is, you have to mainline junk, you have to mainline girls, you have to mainline touring, you have to mainline internet, you have to mainline videos and art and lighting and drugs and all types of shit. It's just crazy. You mainline fucking everything. And I tried to do it for like 15 years and I couldn't. I just couldn't do that pace forever, and it did destroy all of my heroes. And so I gave myself the permission to stop chasing the dream that people like fucking P. Diddy made completely impossible, no matter how many years I spend doing it. At this point now, I've spent something like 19 years of my life making music, you know? And I don't give a shit if somebody tells me if it's good or not. I didn't make the music for them. You know, I made the music for me and for my friends and maybe for the radio or whatever, you know? I don't, I don't care. And that attitude is gone out of the industry. It's just not there. Making music that I like, you know, playing games that I like, you know. I feel now one of the things that's turning me off to the video game industry quite a lot is I'm not playing games that I technically want to play. I'm playing the games that I like, because there's not too many games that I like, you know. It's like GTA, X4, EVE Online, Final Fantasy XI, Rust, Fortnite, Overwatch, and 76. And that's like 10 games out of the 500,000 out there, or whatever it is, 200, 300,000. I have no idea what it is. That's like 10 games out of the 500,000 that I can stand to play. Is that really gaming? Am I actually a gamer? Am I doing anything in these games that I just grind constantly and all this? And I think about this like an existential crisis, because I think about the amount of time it takes to be a successful gamer, a successful musician, I try to do all of it. I have a half an album on my fucking YouTube channel, and I'm going to put more on it as time goes by. I'm going to finish my album 8 Emotions at once, and I'm the only person that's ever going to listen to it is me. And I don't care. I think that's what makes music good is if you think you like it, you know, if you want to hear it. I like my music. I like the stuff that I've done quite a lot, and I will love hearing it when I'm older. And so that attitude of like, hey, making music for music's sake, or hey, playing games because they're just fun, you know, that seems gone now. Like we're doing all of this for a job or for a riz or for a look or an image or something. Like it's a job now. My job is that job now. And it's weird. It's like, whatever happened to just playing music because it's fun? And why did it turn into you have to be P. Diddy with baggy clothes that some designer made for you, and some fragrance that you paid some dude to make for you, and some shoes that you make that has your name on them, and some like diamond rollies, and there's these rappers coming out who I'm sure are good, but I don't want to listen to them because they venerate ideals like having 2 Chainz wasn't one good enough. You know, like I'm sure 2 Chainz is awesome. I'm fucking sure of it. I've heard him be awesome. But I'm sorry, that message, I don't like that message. Write in your fucking name. I don't care what it means to you. To me, it's this unrealistic message that you pipe into the ghetto like some kind of intravenous drug that they're never gonna fucking reach. And you name yourself 2 Chainz. You know they're never gonna have 2 Chainz. So it makes you stand out away from them, which is what you do when you want to be a successful successful fucking musician. He did great. I'm not a hater. He did fucking great. But I don't like the name. I don't like the fucking name. And there's been so many more offensive names than that, like NWA. But for some reason, 2 Chainz, the name 2 Chainz, it fucking bugs me so much more than the name NWA. It's fucking crazy. And like, you know, it's fucking crazy. Or even other crazy ones that we've heard. Like, you know, but something about that venerating 2 Chainz right in your fucking name. You know that can't be good for rap. You know that not everybody has 2 Chainz. You know that it's just weird. It's not a good thing for the entire community to chase. It's just not. It's not realistic. It's far more likely to basically chase bodies and catch those than it is to fucking chase 2 Chainz. People from the Bronx and the ghetto are not going to have 2 Chainz. They're not going to. You know, that's not a good message for rap, which is primarily played in the inner cities. So I don't know. It's weird. It's like I've been on this all day, but for me, it's like I can't stop like watching like Diddy material. I might even pull a double tonight, because to me, it is like the day that the music died. It's also the day that maybe my country died too, because all of these politicians are complicit, I think, with all of this stupid shit. They're doing the same exact shit. They might not be dealing with the same pimp like Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever, but I think they're doing all the same things that P. Diddy was doing. And I woke up today thinking like, man, I think maybe the music industry is dying. I think the fucking video game industry is dying. I think the MMO industry is dying. I think that the politicians are corrupt now, and it's bad. It's like I keep sounding like some doomer. But I mean, like, each day I wake up and it's like, oh my God, like, music died today. You know? Or it's reborn, I guess. I mean, it might be reborn if they actually prosecute Diddy. Maybe we don't have that grifter fucking crazy music producer shit happening anymore, where they're always comping girls and, you know, spending money on liquor and bottles in the club and shit that is just not a fucking vibe that their fucking demographic can actually reach. It's not a you gotta actually sell crack or have a 6-figure job if you want to roll around in a Benzie and drink champagne. You have to have a 6-figure job, or you have to rob somebody or sell crack or something, or hustle or pimp or something if you want $500,000 to roll around in a Benzie with a blunt in your mouth. You have to actually go get that money. Who in the ghetto has that money? Absolutely the fuck not. You know what they do have? A job at the gas station, a job at the Safeway, a job as a bus driver. These people don't know shit about 2 Chainz, and I don't know why you thought they should. You're fucking bougie shit. It killed rap, and I think if nobody says it, we'll never fucking have a resolution. One of the problems I have with 50 Cent, I don't have that many problems with him anymore. I think he's actually fucking awesome now. But I do have a problem with 50 Cent. I don't think he's very good at vocalizing what I'm trying to say, which is that this was a much more higher... He's good at vocalizing it, but people aren't listening to him. There is a much more deeper entrenched problem here, where like these industries are corrupt now and they are falling apart. If we don't actually call these people out and get them prosecuted, the corruption will become not only will it become the norm, it'll become the rule. It'll become like you have to steal. It'll be like, if you're not a thief, then then you're not living your life or whatever. That's kind of what it's like at now with the bippers and shit. If you're not stealing in the inner city, then you're probably not eating, you know? Which isn't good. And so, like, and we heard about bipping this year really bad. It's like anywhere with expensive cars, they're scared of that now, and all the fucking Teslas are being wrecked and stolen and shit. And they're scared of bippers who come and fucking take like a fucking, you know, if you take a shock, or what do I call it? It's what is it? It's a spark plug. If you take a spark plug, it'll pop a fucking any car window in under a second really quietly. And like, so car windows are like a joke. They're about as secure as your zipper. They're really not there. Glass windows on cars aren't real. They're like birds. They're not real. You imagine them. Because, yeah, like any car that's expensive, you could just get in that car with a spark plug, which you can buy down at the AutoZone store for $10 or whatever it is, $20 or whatever. And so, yeah, like entering a car is like basically about as difficult as slapping a $20 bill down on the counter. This became a terrible problem in San Francisco, where the rent got so bad, they were bipping BMWs to pay their rent, you know, and stealing them too.
I call them my hero. You know, he doesn't.
They still are. They're still doing that shit. They're still doing it. They're fucking desperate. These are the people that these are the people that listen to rap the most, and it's like weird. You try to push this element of 2 Chainz, so they're out there bipping fucking BMWs so they can pay for that lifestyle of living up in the club or whatever. That's fucking crazy. That's not a good life, you know. Good life is a happy family and, you know, like maybe a good pet or a good house, or like maybe like a beautiful surrounding, or like maybe a beach or something like that, or good food. It's not really like, you know, bipping cars so you can go to the club. That might be fun if you're young for a couple of years and a good lark, and I could see doing it. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's a good thing for our American youth to aspire to. And I don't see anything the fuck else in rap. I don't see anything the fuck else except crime. It was like bragging about crime. It took me being fucking clean and out of the system and totally paid my debt to societies, and then 7 years after that before I felt like I was in a place where I could judge people like this. But I'm at this place now where I haven't done a crime in 7 years. And I'm like ready to sort of be down on it. I'm down to be I'm down to be against crime in the inner cities, because we don't need to steal. We're the richest country in the fucking world if we didn't have the rich people stealing.
Deify a person like that.
So the you know, P. Diddy represents a corrupt problem that moves in like a parasite and fucking becomes cancerous and black in your chest and causes damage to your family or whatever. And so we normally would excise that cancer, but we don't for some reason. And like, I don't know what we do. I don't know what we do to stop this collapse of most of these industries, these potential wars that he's talking about. What do we do to stop the poverty? We can't have 100,000 rapes every year. We can't have school shootings every single day. We can't have you know, we can't have bipping. We can't have chaos in the streets. We can't have Fenty deaths. We can't do these things, but we are doing these things for some reason. Greed.
And then Ari asked him, what about like
abandon? We're like doing drugs to the point where we're like ready to fry our brains. I feel like I've fried my brain on drugs, and I'm proud of it. You know, I hate to say that, but I feel like I was so gonzo that I fried my brain on acid and methamphetamine and fucking, I don't know, all the other shit I did, marijuana and alcohol, fucking fried my brain. Just fried it. I have a good brain like Josh Johnson. I do. I've got a real good brain like Josh Johnson. Fried it on drugs because it was fun. I just, fuck you, brain. Fuck you. You don't like me. I don't like you. So shut the fuck up. Tell me the answer to the test and let me get back to killing you with beer. That's literally how I think of my brain. I do have that attitude. It's crazy. I just quoted a fucking Simpsons joke verbatim that's like 3 sentences long. But I mean, I love that joke because that's actually how I feel about my brain. I would like to kill my brain. It's an overactive brain that only has negativity in it. And I hate my brain, and I would love to kill my brain on meth and heroin. They made that illegal. You always wonder why? Because it's what you want to do. They make it illegal because that's what you want to do. You know, it's like, you know, I want to be high on meth and heroin right now. I'm not, because I love my family and I don't want to fuck up or whatever. But I want to be high on those drugs right now. I don't like hiding that fact. I don't like hiding that I want to be high on heroin and meth like everybody the fuck else. I do want to be high on those drugs, but I don't like what they do to the people around me, especially the judgment that they think that they need to give me. Even though it's my body, my choice, and I don't care. I don't care what they think. So now it became, with P. Diddy, it became very, very popular to be gonzo. These people are not gonzo. They don't know how to do drugs. I wouldn't do drugs with these people. They would scare me. These rich people, they don't know how to do drugs. They really don't. I can see immediately that they don't.
in your life?
It scares me. It's clear. You can see it. If you're actually gonzo and you have discipline and you know your doses and you mix drugs and you're very good at it and you know it, you've done it all your life or whatever, you see somebody else like P. Diddy, who is absolutely not good at balancing 5 drugs and probably raped a bunch of people while he was trying to balance 5 drugs. And, you know, you begin to get a reason why I have such a deep bias about people who think they're gonzo, but have Dunning-Kruger effect and can't actually balance 5 drugs. It's really difficult to do. You have to actually aim at the discipline. You have to understand how long the session's going to take. You have to understand that people will not like it, so you have to stay away from people. There's all these things that you have to do to be gonzo that these rich people do not observe. They just don't. They don't care about being a fucking feckless drug user in public. Like some kind of scene from like Fear and Loathing, except it's instead of like the gonzo lord himself, Hunter S. Thompson stumbling like bow-legged through a fucking like a carousel or something like that. It's not like that. These people are like sitting on a couch running a fucking pimp circle, running like this sells 15-year-olds to record executives, and they're on their phone. And it's not good, you know. It's like they're dialing up the apocalypse, you know. And I don't know what we can do about this, but I know that if we shame it and we stop making it the ideal and we make it what we shame, we might make rap better. If we can make rap better, we can make the country better. If we can make games better, we can make the country better. If we can make race relations better, we can make the country better. There's things that we can do. Now, I bombed out. I lost my connection here for some reason. I DC'd for a moment, and now I've lost my stream, so I'm going to end this session here, guys, at 4:06 in the morning. I'm stuffed up, so I'm going to blow my nose so I can talk to you. Excuse me. Oh, I'm connected, am I? Did you actually reconnect, though? I don't think so. I think once OBS disconnects, it has to restart, which is annoying if you have a delay. So I'm just going to stop this now and publish this video and move on. I love you guys. Thank you for watching my stream. I'm going to bed at 4 in the morning. Y'all have a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow. Reconnection was successful? No, you're fucked up. I can see that you're fucked up. Software developers. So, gonna stop this video. I like talking about P. Diddy and all these shitty rich people and the damage that they did to the music industry, and the fact that they think they're gonzo, but they don't know how to do drugs, and they're fucking idiots, and they get busted for cocaine all the time, and they're fucking dumb, and they rape children, and they sell children, and they do things, and they sign contracts to get what they want, and they take every girl that comes along. They catch STDs. They probably give STDs to other people. They probably did. There's all this terrible stuff that they do. And yeah, I've never met a more depraved person than a sex addict. It's not pretty sight. They usually have detonated their marriage because they just fuck random strangers. They usually are good people too. Every sex addict I've ever met was a good person, really not fundamentally bad. Don't rip people off or do anything bad things. They're usually good, hardworking people with normal jobs that don't have issues, that work hard and love their family and are totally above the board normies, you know? But then they have that sex addiction and it ruins their fucking life. And I've met 2 people with that. And I've also met a what do they call it? Is it I met a sexsomnia person. I dated a girl with sexsomnia, which I got to tell you, it's fucking terrifying. I don't know if you know what sexsomnia is, but it's sleepwalking. But you initiate sex. And I didn't know this existed till I encountered it. And the reason she was doing it is she was so high on heroin. She didn't know that she was awake. You know, she didn't know. She was so asleep that she didn't know she was awake. And she initiated sex with me. And I was like, we've been dating for 2 years and 7 months. And you've told me 65 million times that you will not sleep with a man before marriage. And that God will burn you if you do. And she was like, asleep. She was like full blown walking around asleep, sleepwalking. She was like a narcoleptic heroin user who nodded off all the time and had like, you know, nerve damage from all the heroin and stuff. And she initiated sex with me. She just like jumped me and got naked and proceeded to start to try and fuck me. And I had to like convince her and wake her up and get her off me, which was insane. And I was like, M, you just initiated sex with me, but you're acting like you don't remember. And that's very, very weird for me because I need to know that there's something like, I need to know that you're like consenting for one thing. It's like fucking crazy. You're like asleep. I can tell if you're asleep or awake. It's insane. You jumped me and you almost put my penis in your vagina naked. But then you don't want to sleep with me because you think God's going to burn you. You tell me all the time that we need to get married first and stuff. So I'm here like pulling you off me and you're asleep. I was like tapping her, like, you're asleep. You're like asleep. Can you wake up and stuff? And she was like, yeah, I'm up now. But she wasn't. She was like full blown asleep. She was like talking to me, but she was sleepwalking. She was like full blown. And so then I learned that what sexsomnia is like there's a somnambulist, which I didn't know what that was either until I met her. But she's a sleepwalker. She would wake up and walk downstairs and get something from the fucking fridge, and then she would come back to the bed. But she wasn't awake. She was like full blown like sleepwalking. She was like sleepwalking. I'd never met a sleepwalker before. She was a somnambulist and the heroin did it to her, the nerve damage from it. And so then she initiated sex one night because she was just horny. She was just like, she got up and she acted like she was like being a stripper, and she gave me a lap dance and initiated sex like she was about to put it in. And I was like M, you know you don't want to actually sleep with me. You talk about it all the time without, I have to get you away.